Good morning, this is the News Wire. I'm Lydiah. The Catholic Church in the country is expected to address the recent killings of priests and religious leaders. This comes after the killing of Father Alois Cheriot of the Kerio Valley Diocese and Father John Maina of Nyandarua, who were killed in suspicious circumstances. Father Alois was shot to death by cattle rustlers while he was carrying out evangelistic activities in the Kabigan area. Elgeyo Marakwet Police Commander Peter Mulenge has confirmed the incident, promising thorough investigation.
Iko polisi ameuawa, kuna mahali amesimamisha gari aenda maombi tuombe watu kwa mlima ya Lagam. Area tu ya Tot. Kupanda na mguu hapo ndio amepigwa. Kuna ongoing operation ambayo iko pale na they are very suspicious. Maybe wanapiga tu but we just suspected bandits. Haiwezi kuwa ni mtu ambaye alikuwa ni suspected bandits na wanaona kama is somebody spying on them. I don't know, but police wanga very prominent. Police ni kama ni within the kijiji na ni watu ya hapo pia. In fact hapo si ni mahali kuna locals. Locals wanatosha hata kuelezana. If they can be cooperative wanatosha kuelezana. Sasa Alois Cheriot bet St. Lumumba Catholic Church.
This comes hours after the burial of Nyandarua Father John Mwangi, who was killed by unknown persons in the area. Another religious leader has also been reported missing in Marsabit area with his family in Mwea, saying he was abducted by unknown people. Many questions continue to be raised about the move of only one family to start living in affordable housing units officially opened by President William Ruto in the Mukuru Kwanjenga area in Nairobi 2 days ago. During the event, President Ruto handed over more than 1,000 houses to Mukuru residents, with those who managed to get the houses expressing their happiness with the program. Furthermore, the government insists that the official date for moving into the houses as June 1st. However, for Jerusha Muthoni, moving to a new house has given her a fresh start.
Nimerara hapa, in fact siwezi hata elezea, niliamka saa 3 sababu ka usingizi kalikuwa kanono sana. Pali kuna fresh air, kadisaini nilikuwa tu nikilala hivi na njaribu kuimagine wenye aka kanyumba kako, sioni kama ni kangu. So mimi nilikuja kama nimejipanga, mimi nilikuwa nauliza itaisha namna gani. Mimi nilikuja kama nimejipanga na manguo na nikakuja nikaanza kuishi. In fact kila mtu ako kwa hii block, kila mtu ako na funguo.
This comes as some residents of Mukuru Kwanjenga claim that a large percentage of those named to benefit from the scheme are not actual residents of the area, a claim that the management board has strongly denied.
Officially, we had set the moving to start off from 1st June, and that's when they start, of course, with their payments and all that. But they are free to move in as they wish. We've had activations on ground over and over where may apply. Then we also allowed, because the Marigoine is also one of the areas that is earmarked for, people had been enumerated, is also earmarked for development, and there's an enumeration exercise that had been carried out by the same department. So they are also beneficiaries of this.
The housing units are part of the ambitious new Mukuru Housing Estate project, set to deliver 13,248 homes, making it one of the largest affordable housing initiatives in Kenya's history. Now, in the international scene, 2 Israeli embassy staffers were killed by a lone gunman in Washington, D.C. while leaving an event outside the capital Jewish Museum on Wednesday night, and the suspect chanted "Free Palestine" after he was taken into custody. The victims, Yaron Lesinski and Sarah Lynn, a young couple about to get engaged, were committed to building bridges between Arabs and Jews in hopes of ending bloodshed in the Middle East, according to people who knew them and advocacy groups they belonged to. Israeli embassies around the world immediately stepped up security. That's the News Wire. I'm Lydiah.
102.5 SpiceFM, Kisumu.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
One of the things that are ailing our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state of, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that, because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated to Spice because of the content.
I was born in a slum, but somehow I got a break in life. So sometimes when you see the sweating coming out because of the passion and whatever it is, behind the noise, there are people, and we share the same umbilical cord.
It shouldn't be like that. I am so disappointed. We used to tell Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga that he's doing politics of conmanship, and even President Uhuru Kenyatta, serikali hii ndio iko na conmanship ya hali ya juu. You cannot promise people that you reduce tax, then you double.
In politics, there is the issue of trust.
For you to turn around and then stab the same people who gave you that trust, there is no other level of dishonesty. Imabo, utaona dunia tu.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
If we just gloss over issues and hope that time heals, then we might find that in generations to come, we might be back at the same situation. And the whole thing is born of stolen elections.
Spice.
When it comes to the decisions you make, you must be independent. There's no way you can allow one institution to dictate to you how you're going to conduct your operations, how you're going to decide cases. It's a no.
When you weaken the institution to the point where they cannot take action, then you realize that politicians have to come up and now start dealing with the issues.
That conversation has to die. Our politicians do not like the hard stuff. We must insist on the path of doing things right, whether popular or unpopular.
Money changes hands. That is a fact. If you have political goodwill at the highest top, like in Rwanda, then corruption will be an issue of the past. If you don't have political goodwill at the top, we will pass laws, we will amend laws, we will continue passing laws and re-amending laws, and nothing will happen.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
One of the things that are ailing our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state of, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that, because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Traffic updates brought to you by I&M Bank. On your side.
Traffic.
Traffic updates brought to you by I&M Bank, empowering you to achieve your dreams and secure your future with our financial solutions across Kenya, Tanzania, Rwanda, Uganda, and Mauritius. I&M Bank, on your side.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Good morning to you, and it is the 23rd of May. May is already done, and you didn't think it was going to happen, but it has. And we're getting already out into the proper first half of the year. How are you doing? And welcome at 11 minutes after 6 o'clock. This is the Situation Room, getting into it this morning. Wanjiru Gikonyo.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, Ndu. How are you?
I'm well, thank you. You managed to do it again?
No, I'm here on time.
No, no. I'm saying you managed to do, as in be here. That's what I meant.
Thank you. Yes, I'm feeling extremely accomplished that today I can greet you at the right time, not halfway through the morning. Yes.
Life has taken a different shift, has it not?
Yes, I was very determined. I thought Dennis would be here to castigate me once again, so I had his voice in my head.
Well, yeah, Dennis is off doing a couple of things this morning. But, like we say, there are many, many issues for us to discuss. So, good to have you here, even as we get into it. Yeah, I am fine, as you can see.
Yes. Sorry for... Yes. How are you doing?
No. You did ask me how I am.
Oh, I'm fine.
I'm fine.
Okay.
I'm fine.
Yes.
So we get into the tail end of conversations today, obviously getting into the Situation Room. But you know what I realized yesterday? So I was in Kikuyu for most part of the afternoon yesterday. And it rained. It was really, of course, because of there's a lot of tree cover. There's a lot of environment,
yes,
as you would say. But it rained and rained and rained for most part of the evening, and I just imagined that it's really the climate is great in terms of what it would do for the environment. And I imagined, what if we were just able to cover the rest of the country like this, and what would we be able to then achieve? Guarantee food security, guarantee just good soil, and then from that you would then be able to lower the cost of farm inputs, because that's what Uganda does, isn't it? That their soil is so good that they've got good cover, and then that's why you find that cheaper food can come here. Why? Because they don't have to put so much into what they produce, and then it's cheap. And I just sat there in all this green, and I was like, wow, what if you could just multiply this across and go east?
You bet.
Yeah.
That's a reality that somebody in the east or northeast can't relate to, because Kenya is in fact more than 3/4 semi-arid.
Yeah.
And so in our agriculture, unfortunately, we have made quite a lot of mistakes, like you said. Destroyed the integrity of the soil with fertilizers, not done enough to preserve the forests and our water. And I mentioned to you that this week I attended a conference on financing agriculture.
Yeah.
And one of course, the major discussion is, how do you support agriculture that is sustainable?
Yeah.
And, you're talking about agri-processing, you're talking about organic farming. There's a whole discussion around green climate and greenwashing as well. Didn't feature enough, in my view. There weren't enough civil society voices in this conversation.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm glad that this is becoming a mainstream and a center conversation.
It must be. It has to be. And I think that it's one of those that is a collective in nature, that everybody has to be involved in it. In your little garden, kitchen garden, all the way to large scale government, tracts of land and all of that for farming.
And remember, Ndu, over the last 10 years, we've had like 2 major droughts.
Yep.
Which extended over years.
Yeah.
So before we had this rain, and this is very human. We forget. It feels good. We complain it's raining and I want to go somewhere. Forgetting that we had dry skies and we'd see the clouds forming and pray it's gonna rain. I remember there's a time with my daughters, we'd sit and we in the early 2000s, again when we had a long spell of 3-4 years without rain, we'd see the clouds forming and get excited because there was no rain. So yeah, I relate.
Yeah. I was just interesting as I was watching the rainfall, and that's what it was.
Yeah.
And I guess that then connects with the conversation that we'll be having at 7. I'm telling you, Wanjiru, there is an international day for everything.
Tell me.
Waru. Potato
has its own day.
Yes, the International Day of the Potato. Believe it or not,
yes,
that's what we're going to be talking about today.
Waru is a big deal.
So I was talking to a friend, Waweru Njoroge, a friend of mine, of course, a journalist.
Yes.
And he said, you know what, you just, first of all, the different varieties of the different things that you can do with a potato, it seems as though the Kikuyu have really mastered this thing, properly.
Yes.
And he said, there's got to be, if it doesn't have waru in it, then it is not complete.
Right.
So this is a shout out to you, Waweru.
Yes. Mashakura. The famous Mashakura has to have potato.
It has to have potato. So if you didn't know that there is an international day for the potato, and that's what the conversation we'll be having around 7 o'clock. Interestingly enough, there is an entire National Potato Council.
Of course there is.
My goodness.
Yes.
You guys actually made a council out of it because this thing was too special.
Yes.
So, Washira Kaguongo is the CEO of this National Potato Council. He's going to be here talking about, and this, for me, I'm actually interested to know what are some of the things that we're talking about. There was a time when it was seen as an alternate source of food because, Kenya is so... the staple is maize. Ugali.
Yes.
So they were looking at different options. And it's interesting, you can make meal from potatoes. In Nigeria, one of our swallows is made out of potatoes. And then I remember there was a time that curry now has changed. Curry now became what? Anyway.
Not Calro.
No, not Calro. Something. I'll remember just a minute. But they also now started looking at the drought-resistant potato and seeing what they can do with that. So in terms of, maybe we're having a conversation about an alternate source, will people agree to remove their minds from maize meal and now think about potato meal? I don't know. Ama chips ni warutu. Ama warutu ni chips. That's a conversation that we will have at 7 o'clock.
And there are those who think of potato and think crisps.
Yes.
Yeah,
just crisps.
And now crisps are sold on the roadside. I saw this in West Africa.
Yes.
And I was very excited when I saw it come here.
Yep.
Because it means, yes, we are moving in a certain direction. I don't know whether it's good or not when you start processing and mainstreaming over processing. Yeah. I did a paper on the potato. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm a student of social transformation as I sit here. And I have a lecturer who is determined to make as many of his students study, do their research paper in agriculture, in sustainable agriculture or food systems management.
Yeah.
And so he made us do different. So I did a paper on the history of the potato, which was fascinating. So when I saw today's topic, I was very excited.
Well, there you go. It's bound to be an interesting one.
Nice.
We're going to have a Healthy Friday conversation then at 8 o'clock. And fistula is a condition and a really... it cuts across medicine. It goes into social, it goes into a societal issue, it goes into a psychological issue. It starts off as a physiological one, but then spreads across. And there are one too many women worldwide and in Kenya as well who suffer from the condition of fistula. We'll go into those details today. We'll talk with a survivor and we'll also talk with a nurse. And we'll look at the issues around fistula, who suffers from it, and then some of the societal issues that we sometimes just don't even understand around fistula, how we can avoid it, and how we can then make sure that health systems are set up properly. Because this is the thing, that in most cases, women who get fistula are either, unfortunately, going through a very early birth. And early, I mean early delivery, their age of age. So they're very young at the time that they are pregnant and then are being delivered of their babies. And then this hole forms. That's how it, all begins. So what are we doing in terms of safeguarding that arena? So that's a conversation we'll have at 8. It's bound to be an in-depth one. And then finally at 9 o'clock, why do you vote if you do? And why don't you vote if you don't? Those are the conversations that we'll have at 9 o'clock. And we're looking at voting beyond just process of civic duty or responsibility. But do you really realize what you're doing when you cast your ballot? Or do you realize what you're doing when you don't? That's a conversation we'll have at 9, and we invite you to have that conversation with us this morning. And that takes us to the end of the week on Kenya's Biggest Conversation. So that's what it will do this morning, and we can see you guys logging into the room and getting online. So you know what, guys, we can be real, can't we? That technology has hit us and that we're not quite sure what's happening. So we're still working on that sound leakage issue. It will be sorted, but for now, let's just see what we can do. And technicians are working on that. So for now, we'll try to manage it as best we can. But the conversations definitely do continue. So, Wanjiru, we want to tell you what today's proverb is.
Good.
And let's see what you have to say
and
about
which
that.
country?
We're still
waiting with bated breath.
We're still in the Lusophone, Mozambique. So if we round things out from Mozambique this week, whether the knife... okay, no, we did this already. The leech... we did it before, but we're going to do it again.
Okay.
Whether the knife falls on the melon or the melon on the knife, the melon suffers. We did this before, but we're going to do it. We're going to do it again today. Whether the knife falls on the melon or the melon on the knife, the melon suffers.
That's definitely a very strong cautionary proverb, telling you to beware, to stay clear of danger.
Yeah.
To stay clear of situations that, that can overwhelm you, or persons who can injure you.
Absolutely.
And whether you seek them out or they seek you out, the effects are the same. You suffer. So it can be interpreted as be cautious, be mindful, be wary. And as always, I think with these, I always think about the proverbs can also be used in a negative sense, because as advocates, we talk about challenging power. And so sometimes you have to deal with the knife. This morning I woke up thinking, since yesterday evening, the news on Boniface Mwangi.
Yeah.
That picture of him limping, it's really sitting with me. And as an activist, an activist confronts power for the greater good, challenges power for the greater good. And power has a knife. The state has a knife, and it's the security forces. And in our countries, these security forces were built by colonial governments that used the security forces, the police, to manage and contain the subjects. And the independence governments or the post-colonial governments have retained those aspects of oppression, of suppression by the police force, by the security forces. And to have an East African neighbor, as we discuss, as Prof so eloquently shared yesterday, but to have an East African neighbor detain, and actually we one Agatha, the Ugandan activist,
yes.
We do not know her whereabouts, unless she was found
overnight. We don't know
her whereabouts. To detain and torture activists who had gone to show solidarity.
And that was it.
That was it. And, this is an opposition figure, remembering that all our countries have fought for independence based on activism. And our leaders have then come in and taken the conduct and the character of the colonial ruler.
Unfortunately.
So I've really been thinking about Boniface Mwangi, Jerry, his wife, and the family. Thinking about this lady, Agatha, whose whereabouts are still unknown. And really thinking about the struggle we have.
Indeed.
Yeah.
I find myself also thinking about activists in Tanzania who are Tanzanians. Who, because now the spotlight is on, previously we would not have ever thought about them in terms of what happens when they raise their voice. This has become, it's in the full glare of the world. But what happens to those who pen their thoughts on a daily basis, who try to speak out? What happens to them?
And it's violent, it's primitive, it's ruthless, and it's in the full glare of, glare of media, full glare of global media, which means it's really saying that the village interests of the forthcoming election, because I would say that's a village interest, is more important than any other interest, the East African interest, the Africa-wide interest, because solidarity is a core part of who we are as Africans.
Absolutely. And that's the truth.
So my thoughts go out to them, the families, to Boniface, to all the activists, and like you said, the activists in Tanzania.
Yeah.
And urge them not to, maybe for now is to think of them, even as we say, don't give up the fight, is to wish them well, to wish them healing, wish them abundance.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Indeed. So we can see you guys in the room this morning. Let's say a quick hello to you. Yes, Dennis Dianga says actually TZ has taken it too far. That's what he says this morning as a way of greeting. Georgia Demo is tuned in from Rongo and says the weather is cold. Masalani NIS campus is now a protected area. Land is a very high emotive issue in Kenya. It is. How are you all? We're fine. How is CT? He's okay, doing better. Anything lately says you're the number one today? Well, okay, we'll take that. Good morning to you. Mwalimu Danson says, good morning, Ndu Salimia, the team. Kenya ni home. Good morning, everybody. R says, Ndu Okoh poa sana. Well, thank you so much, R. Thank you. And good morning to you. Good morning, says Desmond. There is a monthly contribution towards affordable housing. Is this still applicable to those who've received the houses? That's a good question, actually. Cole Gikonyo says, good morning. Hope City and etc. well. Yes, they are. Tuned in from Nakuru. Don't worry, they are. Michael Olande says, bonjour à toute l'équipe de SpiceFM. Il pleut sur les collines de Kigali. You know what that means?
No.
So bonjour à toute l'équipe is greetings to the whole team of SpiceFM. Il pleut sur les collines de Kigali means that it has rained. It's raining rather. It's raining now in the land of 1,000 hills, and that is in Kigali. Geraldino Chiang says, good morning, TGIF. Robert Mbogo is tuning from Mombasa. Gilbert says, nobody drives a stolen car slowly. Except for the guy who knows that nobody drives a stolen car slowly and drives it slowly, because then he will not be suspected of having stolen the car.
Right.
I mean,
you can take that one. Yes.
Yeah, isn't it?
That one.
Exactly. Good morning, SpiceFM. What a great week. Thank you, Jackson. Many thanks for the amazing conversations and positive vibes you bring every day. Your shows always start my day on the right note. Jackson, thank you very much for that. And we'll keep doing what we can to make sure that we fight to keep these conversations front and center. Ann Gore, my beautiful sister, good morning. Tuning from Nairobi. Khisa Daniel is tuning from Atiak in Uganda. Mwalimu Danson says, dear SpiceFM, please have Bahati MP Irene Jockey on the show. She's doing a good job on the ground. Really? Maybe Lydiah, you can take a note of that one? Maybe?
Good to hear.
Yeah, that's very good to hear, actually. Margaret Wajohi says, good morning. Tuned in from Houston, Texas. Let's continue with the great conversations. Nawapenda Nyote. Nick Bala says, good morning. Welcome to the weekend. Are we still in the East Africa community?
Yeah.
That's a
yes,
good
we
question.
are. Is Tanzania.
Is Tanzania still in the community? Is a question. Eric Owora says, good morning, guys. Good morning, Eric. Linus Gitonga is tuned in this morning. Jimmy Gakio says, good morning, Spice. It's Friday. Yes, it is. Kimani Kenneth is tuned in as well, listening from Nyeri County. Abere Bethwell says, hello from Kilifi. Yes. Ndu, can Kenya regain its position as a leading country in the East Africa region? Well,
you tell us.
Tell us. Can it? And what do you think Kenya needs to do? Jose Mahinda says, good morning. Wakirek, to you too, bro. Eugene Odhiambo says, good morning, wonderful team. Thank God it's Friday. Listening from Kikuyu. Yes, I was there yesterday, actually. Wishing everyone a productive day ahead and a restful weekend. Dr. Venvik is tuned in. Mbaga Joshua says, good morning, listeners. Have a blessed day. Agola, hi. Good morning to you. Mashari Wanjiru is tuned in and says, thanks a lot, SpiceFM, for the good, informative work that you do. Tuned in from Portland with love. Thank you so much. Pan-African Kenyan says, I can't help but be angry at the Tanzania and Trump, Elon Musk, all of them this morning. He's just upset. Of course, we can't forget.
And the visas for Afrikaners. I mean, taking us back to where?
Where? Into
This
the
is
dark
really an
ages.
officially white supremacist agenda.
Call it as it is.
That's what it is.
What are we
Trump
doing?
is pushing some boundaries in terms of language and in terms of policy. Why single out white South Africans?
Yeah.
Because of land appropriation. Land that they colonially occupied.
Land that they took.
And killed and
took
massacred
it for it. What are we talking about? I have to say
So
that I'm
annoying.
actually very, very proud of Cyril Ramaphosa and how he handled himself in that room. And he actually said, "Excuse me, you called me here. I didn't ask for your audience. You called me here to have a conversation, and I am telling you what it's going to be as a sovereign state." He did that diplomatic thing that Kagwanja talked about, essentially telling you to go to hell, but you do it in a way in which you would enjoy the ride. I have to say that is how we ought to negotiate as African nations. That is the conversation that we need to be having. You don't come into my house and then tell me, or you don't invite me to your house and then tell me to go back to my house and operate in a certain manner. You don't do. The sovereignty of nations has to be upheld. It doesn't matter who you are. I don't care if you're the number one world power. That doesn't matter.
So in your view, he handled Trump the bully, because that's what Trump is. He's using the full force of American might and his personality to bully world leaders into subordination.
Yes. Because Elon Musk is his now new buddy, and Elon Musk is South African.
And he stood there just pushing, like, it was, the optics. I wondered if Cyril Ramaphosa should have gone. You think he played it?
I think he played it well. Many would say
thought
that
he lost. I thought the body language. He drove the message, but the body language, the overall optics for me was still very painful to watch.
It's like he was still cowering at some point from his body language. The words that he spoke and his demeanor were too different.
Yes. The words were consistent.
Yeah.
He should have been coached, because one thing I liked about Zelensky's body language didn't give anything away. Should he have been less combative?
Should he have worn a suit? Who cares?
No, I'm so glad he didn't wear a suit. He's coming from the front line, so to speak. But I liked his body language. He played that. So I guess, maybe the jury's out on that.
Indeed. Okay, let me just say hello to people really quickly. Another color-themed week in pink. Yes, that's what it was. Pink and purple was it for this week. Good morning to you, Fiery Red. I like that you take a notice of these things.
You don't tell me these things do.
It was kind of
How do
unplanned.
you invite visitors and then you don't even
tell them the color scheme
this
for
is
the
what
day.
we are doing. This is the agenda. You're doing a Trump. You land and then you hear, Kumbe, we're supposed to be wearing pink and purple. It's okay. Well noted.
It just happened that I did it this week. Last week I wore green.
Well noted.
Sorry, Wanjiru. Okay, yes, Patrick. We that's one thing I said. We're on that sound issues being sorted out. Okay, really quickly, guys. Kabave, good morning. Looking for a great conversation. Asante Sana, Dan Steele Langat. Also, good morning to you. Good morning, my good people. Georgia Koth, we see you. Wanjiru nakusalimia sana.
Nasalimika, asante.
Salek says organic farming is what we should be looking into. Matthew Lisandro says good morning, Team Spice. Nakuru tuned in and looking forward to an amazing show ahead. Thank you. Rarami, it's your birthday. Well, happy birthday to you, Warami. Good morning, Wanjiru. Don Sabo is telling you good morning directly.
Good morning. Nimesalimika kusalimika. Thank you, Don.
Robinson said, yes, as I'm admiring that environment, there's someone cutting trees. I know, and it's unfortunate. Good morning, Spices, says Man P. Deckness is tuned in as well. Simon Kiburu says good morning. Jimmy Akio says, talk about Waru. I'll go for Bajia. You see, there we go.
That's a good idea. Today is Bajia Day.
It's Bajia Day.
Yes, I'm also beginning to visualize.
Thank you, SpiceFM, for the lengths you go to make our mornings. Thank you for the lengths that you go to come into the room every day and join us in these conversations. Anything lately, thank you so much. John Gishuki says hi and good morning, everybody. Decknis, we see you. Good morning, Wanjiru. I like your passion in everything you do. Keep it up, sisters. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Kilifi greets you, says Atieno. Good morning to you. Good morning. Paul and Jay here, we see you. Okay, you guys are now talking about yourselves. Mosima says good morning. The sister says come out and have a good morning. Charles and Ndeka is also tuned in this morning. And good morning, Ndu and the team. Always a pleasure tuning into Spice. Fan and Walker, we see you tuned in from Embu. And my take, good morning. Sawa. Okay, Ramaphosa covered. Yes. Tunaishi huku ni wapi? Spice FM. Typical African bootlicking behavior. What was he going to do there, that Ramaphosa? Okay, my take, you seem a little bit more irritated than you normally are this morning. Pumzi says, good morning, Team Spice. And Agnes Kihara says, good morning, great team. Wow, getting into all of it with all of you guys this morning. So good to have you in the room. We're going to look into the headlines. Lydiah, see, we kill that thing. I'm just going to say it. We're going to look into the headlines and see what is on the front page. So if I didn't get to your name, I'm sorry. It's just that there's so many of you here this morning, and a collective warm welcome to you as we get into this conversation this morning. Sawa sawa. We'll of course then be able to share from you as we get into things. Shall we take a quick break and then come back and look into the headlines? Lydiah, want to do that? All right, let's do it. At 23 minutes to 7, we'll come back and then look at the papers. Good morning.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
In a world where change is constant,
the future is ours.
There is something comforting about stability. One that has inspired I&M Bank's growth in Kenya, Mauritius, Tanzania, Rwanda, and Uganda. We celebrate the lives impacted, dreams realized, and futures secured through our financing solutions. This milestone is a testament to the power of relationships, integrity, and commitment. I&M Bank, on your side.
I&M, the future.
This May, the stage is set, the mic is on, and the search begins.
Welcome to Next Superstar.
From raw vocals to big talent, the search is on for Africa's next hit maker. Next Superstar is here. Premiering May 3rd at 8 p.m. exclusively on Remo TV Plus, StarTimes Channel 56 or Channel 166. Buy a DTT StarTimes decoder for only 1,399 bob or a DTH for 3,199 shillings to enjoy unlimited entertainment. Join judges Size 8, King Kaka, Motive, and hosted by Maina and Butita on Next Superstar. Renew your subscription on DTH Smart Bouquet at 1,199 shillings only or DTT Basic Bouquet at 749 shillings only. You can dial *858# for self-service or call our customer care on 0730 710077. StarTimes. Enjoy digital life.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
21 minutes to 7 o'clock. This is Situation Room. Ndu Wanjiru here with you this morning. And let's look into the headlines, shall we? On the front page of the bold newspaper, Kenya's bold newspaper, The Standard, KPA billions loot. Why? You know, when you think that maybe we'll have some
settling down, you know?
We'll just
get out of this drama that is Kenya.
Then, Kadash, somebody says, no, not so much. KPA billions loot, explosive documents and whistleblower accounts have exposed rampant procurement fraud at the Kenya Ports Authority. Inflated contracts, secret tenders and blatant breaches of procurement law paint a picture of systemic rot. Despite a government freeze on capital projects, KPA pushed through over 100 billion. Hey God. Wait.
Boggling.
100 billion in suspect deals, many off book. One road project ballooned to 8.3 billion shillings, while a 2.7 billion shilling crane tender was awarded behind closed doors. Banditry. I'm telling you, we're going to look into the details of this story, but this is where we are.
Lootocracy. That's what it's called. Yani loot it until, and there was, like you say, there was a freeze on capital projects.
Yes. But this one was going on. 100 billion shillings off the books.
Yes.
That is what they've been able to find, or that's what's being reported on. How much more do you think is being leaked? Number one.
Inside, let me just, a small leak from inside on this headline. Shockingly, even the very institutions meant to safeguard public funds, oversight state bodies, internal auditors, regulators, all appear to have deliberately looked the other way.
Why?
It is our turn to eat. I'm looking for the year this thing happened and how close it was to the Gen Z protests.
I will tell you when we look into the stories in detail.
Yes.
Guilty, payback time for D2 terrorists. The guilty verdict on the masterminds unmasked the silent architects of terror who move money, forge identities, and wire chaos from the shadows. Dusit was horrible to watch.
Yeah.
It was, I mean...
Yeah.
Like,
we had family in there.
Yeah. It was not funny at all.
Who came out, thank God, but I mean...
Yeah, and I just remember that I was in Westgate with at the time, my 5-year-old daughter.
Yes.
And it was horrific. I had to leave my car in there.
You were in Westgate?
I was inside the mall.
Oh my God. Now that, Dusit, I think, came after.
Yeah.
There was a bit more coordination. Westgate was a fiasco.
It was terrible. I had to leave my car. And then, look, I just realized that I have had some traumatic experiences in the last, many years. And I'm just like, that we made it out of there. Yeah. That we made it out of Westgate.
Right.
And then I think about the people who didn't.
Right.
Anyway, we'll look into the details of what happened with Dusit, but we sometimes don't look at the impact of the lives of those who were in the melee. Mwangi tortured in Tanzania. The details of 3 days of torture and abuse in Tanzania. So it was not a joke. When Jerry was out crying and saying, we don't know where he is and we would just like to get information about what happened to him. Well, sadly, when you're crying those tears, this is what was happening to him behind, and you didn't know.
Handcuffed, blindfolded, treated worse than dogs, subjected to gruesome torture. What is this?
What are we doing?
Like I said, I think Trump's the audacity that Trump displays and the disdain for rule of law, law and order, decorum, has emboldened those who wish to push boundaries.
Yeah.
Because I imagine deportation, yes, is bad enough. Detain and deport is bad enough. Why torture?
Why torture? For what? What did he do?
First of all, they could have let them in and told them, don't speak to the media, no press statements, blah, blah, blah.
Or they could have stopped them at the airport and said, go back.
Go back.
Yeah, they could have. Raila backs bid to make Senate upper house.
Sorry?
You heard me. You heard me. You want me to repeat it?
No, it's catching slowly.
Yeah. Nyoro Ndindi, the member of parliament for Kihara constituency, says from Ruto's budget sidekick, it's what he's being called, from Ruto's budget sidekick to fiscal policy critic.
I have to laugh
because before
I have had an exchange with Didi Nyoro when he was chair of budget.
Yes,
and he argued heatedly and ardently on why taxes must be raised, the budget must be expanded, and now, of course, he's using the same very eloquent language to shoot down the budget. The question I ask is, what happens to common sense when people get into positions of power? And, is it justifiable for people to have these come to Jesus moments, come to Jerusalem moments? When you have a well-informed professional taking a position, going against everything they know to be right, being given information, ignoring it, and when they fall out of political favor, they then speak the truth.
Let me tell you something. I believe that when these positions are gotten, that there's a place where there's a room they enter. No, don't laugh.
I'm seeing. Have you
how like when you walk
movie making? I'm seeing a movie in the making. There's
you know
a
how,
room
like
they
when you
enter.
walk into the in the Catholic Church, you walk in and some people dip their hand in the water.
Yes.
I'm telling you, Wanjiru, there's a place these guys go. There's a drink they are given.
Yes.
They drink this thing, and they take on a totally different persona for the time that they will be whatever.
In fact, when you said there is a room, I imagine them walking into a room and some rays,
some like kryptonite, like Superman.
Yeah, just numb the brain
because there's
remove all
thinking faculty. It's like you have, what is that word? The lobotomy.
Yes, lobotomized.
Yes,
and then when you're kicked out or demoted,
you come back to your senses. You know that thing in the movies. You see, then they come back to their senses. Like, where was I?
What did I do? What did I say? It wasn't me, Shaggy. Because it's one, then another.
Good Lord.
Why can't you join? Because, first of all, I had a problem with people who joined UDA. But the ground went UDA. So maybe a problem with the ground. So political leaders said, we don't really support or trust Ruto, but he's got the ground. So you get in. Does it mean you get in and get lobotomized?
Yes.
Why?
Because you cannot tell me that just 6 short months ago, that because he was still chair of the Budget and Appropriations Committee in Parliament, he was not speaking this language. Former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua was not speaking this language when he was still Deputy President. JB Muturi, although he tells us that he was speaking the language but nobody was hearing him, we didn't hear it when he was Attorney General, when he was CS Public Service. We didn't hear it when people were in these positions, but when something happens and there is a fallout, suddenly we hear all these things, and that is my question. Why? Why?
JB
Muturi, you didn't know.
The one thing I suspect JB Muturi did when he was in office, there are some things he refused as AG.
He did. That's why I said.
There are some things, and he didn't speak.
He didn't speak out.
Quietly.
Yes.
For instance, this move to transfer AG signing powers from the AG's office to I don't know where, I don't know whether it's sharing or transferring to PS public service, which is unconstitutional, by the way, which is unheard of. The public service is not the Attorney General is like the lawyer of the people of Kenya. This is the person who advises governments on what to do, what not to do, in the best public interest, which is why we've always said an AG is not, the AG's office is not a tool for the presidency. It's really a tool for the people to hold the presidency to power, to account. So how do you move that power to the public service? As we had Isaac Mwaura, the government spokesman, espousing earlier this week, and the question became, did Parliament ever pass that bill? Because there was a bill that was hanging around that I think what well-being parliamentarians do in lieu of speaking out is they absent themselves from conversations.
Yeah,
so they had absented themselves from that conversation. Yeah. So it's possible they transferred powers very illegally and not even through a bill. So they do. There are good people in government, Ndu.
Yeah, I agree.
There are people of conscience. There are people who draw a line, but then there are others who forget themselves. For instance, Professor Gedura Kindiki is also on the headlines, dishing out money. Dishing out. Last year, 2024, after Gen Z protests, when Ruto knew his time was up, if Ruto had not called out the army and killed and abducted Gen Z, he would be home. We'd be talking a different language in Kenya. At the height of pressure, he said no more harambes. No government officer will be allowed to do harambes. And he directed that a bill be drafted. It was drafted, tabled before Parliament. Somehow the Senate shut it down. So I don't know whether it went through Parliament to Senate or it was at the early point of where they do consensus building. Senate shut it down. So once Senate shut it down, a lobotomy also took place.
They drank the water.
They drank the water.
Telling you.
Those what rays did you call them? And now they are dishing it out,
Kryptonite.
They are dishing it out. Kenyans pay tax, it gets dished out. Where is this money coming from, Ndu?
Let me just annoy you.
When businesses are closing, manufacturing, by the way, is down.
Wait.
Where is the money coming from?
Now, let me annoy you a little bit more, okay? Because let me tell you this story. The plot, or rather the port of plunder, how billions of taxpayer money could be lost in the KPA tender scandal. So hang on, because this one could be interesting. An explosive trove of documents and insider testimonies has blown the lid off what appears to be a well-orchestrated web of procurement fraud at the Kenya Ports Authority. You need to get a copy of the Standard today, by the way, because it is a long story and it gives a lot of the details in terms of what is suspected to have happened. Now, the disturbing revelations touching on one of the country's most important revenue-generating installations headquartered at the coast point to a pattern of inflated contracts, shadowy tenders, and what looks like a deliberate bypassing of procurement laws that has seen billions of taxpayer money go down the drain. So your money is where? Okay. At the heart of the scandal are deals brokered behind closed doors and tenders awarded in secrecy, plus a system rigged to serve only the extremely well-connected individuals. Shockingly, or as Dennis Okari would say, I don't know why you guys are shocked. So, not so shockingly, even the very institutions meant to safeguard public funds, oversight, state bodies, internal auditors, regulators, all appear to have deliberately looked the other way. That thing you were just saying about being silent, just look the other way. I don't know. KPA stands tall in the region, operating at the port of Mombasa, which is regarded as the region's busiest port, handling millions of tons of cargo annually, and a critical gateway for landlocked countries such as Uganda, Rwanda, South Sudan, and the Democratic Republic of Congo. Now, the Standards Investigations Unit poured through tons of documents revealing shocking patterns of violations, inconsistencies, and questionable dealings at the state body. Despite a clear directive by the government to freeze all new capital expenditure for 2 consecutive fiscal years at KPA, it can now reveal that the state body went ahead and committed over 100 billion shillings in questionable contracts that included 46.3 billion in the 2023-2024 period and a staggering 53.8 billion for 2024-2025. So it's like they said freeze, but we're spending 100 billion. So, you know, yeah.
It's called governance as a front-facing activity. Yani, you have to speak and show it.
Yeah.
You don't have to do it.
You don't have to do it. Perceptibly, none of these projects appear in the approved annual budget of procurement plan, and even more damning, several capital-intensive civil works have been disguised as simple operational maintenance projects, an apparent scheme to bypass competitive tendering and lay down operational procedures. According to a source, many of these workers were neither budgeted for nor approved by the KPA board. Some appear to have been given the green light via internal memos without any trace of public advertisement. Among the projects that have gobbled up billions of taxpayers' money include the construction of a 0.9 kilometer concrete road. The tender was also allegedly awarded to Steco Corporation at a cost of 8.34 billion. It's not... It is 0.9 kilometers.
Against an approved budget of 800 million.
Yes, please.
Allah?
Did you hear what I said?
These people need to be taken to KRA. They can multiply our tax.
So that we can understand what we are saying.
So that when we contribute 10 million, it can become 10 billion.
So let's understand what we are saying. That there was a budget for this road. The road in terms of kilometers did not change. It was still 0.9
kilometers. It's not even a kilometer.
It's not even a kilometer of road. 800 million shillings is what was budgeted to work on this road.
Which financial year is this?
2020 what? 2023, 2024. Okay.
Right.
So the engineer gave an estimate of 1.7 billion. The budget was 800 million. What was now spent was 8.3 billion.
End of story.
I'm not even going to go on.
This is why, Ndu, this is the pain, and I'm going to say this is obvious. This is why Gen Z were on the streets. This is why. Then remember, this port has been the subject of contestation forever between the county government, between the national government, SGR, this was the same pot. This one.
Yeah.
Because of its high potential to generate internal revenue and to generate illegal revenues. So, and then request approval. The then Finance Cabinet Secretary, Yatani.
Yes.
I'm forgetting how to pronounce this name. Yakur Yatani approved the request. The purpose of this letter, therefore, is to grant you approval to proceed with the project preparation and implementation within the existing legal regulatory framework. Now, how does that work? An illegal project is approved within the legal framework. These guys really play with us.
And then the money you
and then
steal,
how is it financed?
10 times the amount that's budgeted.
8.3 billion is the approval. That's the expenditure.
Yeah.
Where is the revenue coming from? Is this a loan? Because, remember by this time, 2022, 2023, of all the tax revenue that's being generated, 68 to 70% is being paid out already in debt. And then you have salaries to be paid.
We have recurrent expenditure.
Yes, you've got those direct expenditures that need to be paid, mandatory payments. So any development expenditure likely is a loan.
Yep.
So not only is it inflated, then there is a loan that may have been negotiated over and above terms that will still be paid for generations to come. How, as a country, can we make it?
And meanwhile,
How?
So let's land this thing, even as we go to the top of the hour in just a few minutes. When we talk about it, looks like so difficult for us to resonate with, because this kind of money is a lot of money. This is happening in a state, it is not a private entity. This is a state corporation. It is government. It is your taxpayer money. This kind of money is leaving and into the pockets and hands of individuals. But you cannot send your most vulnerable to school.
That's it. The story we had yesterday.
Yeah.
In terms of children are at home. University students at this time are not able to enroll because of this. Now they're talking about a change of the financing formula. At this point, we're moving from NHIF to SHA.
Some nonsense.
We are then talking about higher contributions for health. So we're then talking about the housing levy, So it's like, this is the point when, when we were on the streets, we did a protest. Ours was very polite. I think we did it in we did it with Yukuru Yatani because we were of the mind that he's conducted such illegalities. We wanted to take him to court and all of that. And the slogan we had was that Kenya was borrowing to steal. And this is it. This is exactly it, Ndu. And the sad thing is, what do? When legal mechanisms don't work.
I'm telling you.
When street mechanisms are disappeared and people are killed.
I'm telling you.
The struggle continues.
This is it.
The struggle continues. And then also state corporations were supposed to have been restructured. Because state corporations actually have been the biggest drain. Most of the large corruption schemes don't happen in ministries. They happen in state corporations. Because what happens is the appointment to state corporations are politically connected people who kick that money back towards those who appoint them and then dish this money out as harambes.
Yeah.
And citizens grab that money.
Absolutely.
So we are also complicit. We need to deal with this thing.
We do. And I'm going to take this moment to call out Douglas Kibogong, who says, Ndu, why are you always negative towards government? You need a therapist. I prefer that Kenya needs therapy.
Agreed.
Kenya needs therapy. If you can look at situations like this, where the most vulnerable in your society are suffering, and there are people who are walking away with hundreds of billions, and you're okay with that, the whole country needs therapy. It's 7:00.
Good morning. This is the news wire I'm Leah Obaga. The Ministry of Education has released new guidelines for the selection and placement of learners into senior school under Kenya's competency-based education. The guidelines detail a structured transition for grade 9 learners to grade 9 with emphasis on subject pathways, learner interests and academic performance. Senior school learners will pursue 7 subjects, 4 core and 3 optional based on chosen pathways in STEM, social sciences or arts and sports science. Students will select 12 schools, namely 9 boarding and 3 day schools categorized by subject combinations and location preferences. Placement will prioritize top performing learners per gender and track within each sub-county, ensuring merit-based access to boarding schools of choice. Leaders in Transmara area, Narok County, have called for the perpetrators of the Angata Barakoi massacre to be arrested and prosecuted. Speaking in Angata, Emurua Dikir MP Johanna Ngeno condemned the killings, urging residents to work with security officers towards arresting the perpetrators. A call for unity and peace has been made as leaders vowed to protect their farm from land grabbers. Migori residents have also been accused of allegedly stealing livestock in the region, contributing to the insecurity.
Ambaye analala mbele yetu aliuawa na bunduki, sio mshale, sio kisu, aliuawa na bunduki, na hiyo bunduki hatujui kama ni bunduki haramu ama ni bunduki ya serikali. Hiyo ndio tunataka kujua. Wale wengine ambao waliuawa pia na maaskari, kutoka wakati huo mpaka wa leo hatujasikia hata moja ya hawa askari ambao waliua watu hapa kama wamekamatwa ama hata wameachishwa kazi.
We want tukae na county commissioner hapa watueleze kama machifu yetu fuata ng'ombe waende nyumbani. We are not ready to lose people because of negligence, because of mere politics, losing people's property. We cannot allow that.
This comes after 6 people were killed in April following a dispute over a 6,000-acre piece of land. Police have arrested 6 suspects linked to the shocking murder of Father Alois Cheriot Bet, a Catholic priest from St. Matthias, Mulumba Tot Parish, who was gunned down by unknown assailants in Kabertile village, Elgeyo Marakwet County. National Police Service said Father Bet was ambushed and fatally shot in Mokoro location, Kapkiptul sub-location. The attackers reportedly fled the scene immediately after the incident, prompting an urgent manhunt by General Service Unit officers. Elgeyo Marakwet Police Commander Peter Mulinge has confirmed the incident, promising a thorough investigation.
Kuna mahali amesimamisha gari aenda maombi tuombe watu huko kwa mlima ya Lagam. Na area tu ya Tot. Kupanda na mguu hapo ndio amepigwa. Kuna ongoing operation ambayo iko pale na they are very suspicious. Maybe wanapiga tu but they just suspected bandits. Haiwezi kuwa ni mtu ambaye alikuwa na ni suspected bandits na wanaona kama is somebody spying on them. I don't know but police are very prominent. Police ni kama ni within the kijiji na ni watu ya hapo pia. In fact, hapo si ni mahali kuna locals. Locals wanatosha hata kuelezana. If they can be cooperative wanatosha kuelezana. Naitwa Alois Cheriot Bet, St. Lumumba Catholic Church.
This came hours after the burial of Nyandarua Father John Mwangi, who was killed by unknown persons in the area.
Hivi karibuni tutaambiwa ni nini hasa kiliua ndugu yetu ambaye hapo awali hakuwa mgonjwa. Kwetu sisi siku hii ya leo, kwa imani kuu, imani kwa Mungu, tunamzidikisha ndugu yetu akirudi kwa Baba. Kwa hiyo ibada yetu tunatoa kwa imani kwa Mungu ambaye alituumba, imani kwa Mungu ambaye alimuumba ndugu yetu Padre John.
And finally, the Directorate of Criminal Investigations has arrested 14 suspects in connection with the incident at Trans Nzoia Governor George Natembea's home, where a group of unidentified people stormed the premises and disrupted an operation by EACC officers. DCI say the suspects were taken into custody to also aid in providing further information regarding the incident. The development comes as EACC officers launched investigations of fraudulent payments totaling 1.4 billion billion shillings by the county governor during the fiscal years 2022, 2023 and 2024-2025. That's the news wire. I'm Leah Ubaga.
The latest news from around the world. SpiceFM, Nakuru.
This May, the stage is set, the mic is on, and the search begins.
Welcome to Next Superstar.
From raw vocals to big talent, the search is on for Africa's next hit maker. Next Superstar is here. Premiering May 3rd at 8 p.m. exclusively on Remo TV Plus, StarTimes Channel 56 or Channel 166. Buy a DTT StarTimes decoder for only 1,399 bob or a DTH for 3,199 shillings to enjoy unlimited entertainment. Join judges Size 8, King Kaka, Motive, and hosted by Maina and Butita on Next Superstar. Renew your subscription on DTH Smart Bouquet at 1,199 shillings only or DTT Basic Bouquet at 749 shillings only. You can dial *858# for self-service or call our customer care on 0730 710077. StarTimes. Enjoy digital life.
In this country, 6 families and 8,000 Kenyans control 90% of the GDP. We are not a country. We are a plantation. We work for Ruto.
When you're telling the judges court orders are papers or they will not obey court orders, they're sitting and you're seeking orders from them. So how are they supposed to interpret it? Isn't it an oxymoron?
When you see a judiciary that seems to be under some control somewhere, you start questioning. We have very powerful governors, but they don't use their offices to serve the people.
If you are not shameful to do what you are doing, why should we protect you?
I'm human. Everybody's human. So when you're told, kuja tuongee, I mean, you'd be a fool to say, stagi kuongea. Conversations have to be had, you know?
People in leadership should only go into leadership if they are ready and willing to change the lot of the people.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
At 8 minutes after 7 o'clock, good morning. And coming off of insights that we should. I love it that we're keeping the comment sections live this morning. So keep your views coming in. But let's keep it kosher, shall we? Our live streams are up on YouTube, Facebook, and on X. And also, this is a time we say welcome to our audience on KTN. Now, let's imagine a couple of things. Imagine having a trusted ally by your side always. That's the I&M Bank promise. We empower you with the tools and support to turn your aspirations into reality. So whether it's a new business venture, you're thinking, should I actually start this Waru business? I see what I did there. Your child's education or securing your future, I&M Bank is here for you. From flexible financial solutions to personalized guidance, we're on your side, championing your progress and celebrating your successes. So don't just bank, build your future with a partner who believes in you. Experience the power of on your side banking. Find out more at any I&M Bank branch close to you. And always remember that I&M Bank is on your side. Now, even as you do that, you also remember that we're getting into the weekend and shopping happens for a lot of folks. So looking for value that stretches your shilling, Naivas Kikapu Kibonge is what we need you to be looking at. So are you looking for value that stretches your shillings? Think about it when you walk into any Naivas getting into the weekend today or then into tomorrow or the day after that. We know that we know that as you do that, the home of deals is not just about ticking shopping things off a list. It's about the experience. That's why your Kikapu Kibonge is more than just a shopping basket. It's big, it's bountiful, and guess what? It never really does get full. So with unbeatable promotions, exclusive discounts, and everyday low prices, you just keep adding more and still spend less. So from farm fresh ingredients to those little household must-haves, everything you need is waiting at your nearest Naivas Kiloko. So come, fill your kikapu with value, variety, and the warmth of a true Kenyan shopping experience. Karibu Naivas, the home of deals. And we're getting into it this morning at 10 minutes after 7. This is the Situation Room. It is Kenya's biggest conversation. Ndu and Wanjiru with you here as your hosts. And we're getting into a conversation this morning around potatoes. And we might want to trivialize it, but it is important stuff. And our guest is here with us in the studio already. Washira Kaguongo is the CEO of the National Potato Council. There's so much that we want to find out today, but first of all, we're going to say welcome.
Thank you.
Good morning, and how are you doing?
Good morning to you. I'm doing well.
Karibu sana.
Asante sana.
Karibu. We were hoping you'd bring us a sample of what you champion.
I could have carried, but...
we are thinking about bajias today.
Very good to have you here. And even as we normally do, we want to welcome you to the Situation Room this morning. And we normally do that by giving you a proverb. This proverb today comes from Mozambique. Every week we're in a different African country, and from that country, a proverb which we would like to have you interpret for us. So I'm going to tell you what the proverb is. And it goes like this. Whether the melon falls on the knife or the knife falls on the melon, it is the melon that suffers. How would you interpret that?
Well, I think quick interpretation or understanding, it means that always you have to look at the weaker side and the stronger side. So if there's a situation where two things are competing, the weaker side has to be aware that whatever comes, it's the one that's gonna suffer. So it's good to prepare and be able to argue their case or remain calm and stable. It's actually the weaker side that should always look at things better than the other side. So it's always good to be aware that you need to be prepared always.
Always be prepared. This melon can be prepared. The knife could fall on you, it could fall on the knife, but at the end of the day, you're the one who's going to have a bit of an issue. Good way to look at it. We are looking into the International Day of the Potato. By golly, we didn't know that this day existed. And I'm very, very interested in all of this. Every time we hear the potato, we think what we are going to eat. Boiled potato, mashed potato, fried potato, crisps, anything.
It depends on where you come from.
Also depends on where you come from.
Waru goes into cabbage.
What?
Yes, it depends on where you come. Waru enters any stew, beef stew. It's called a goulash, I think, in other parts of the world.
Yes, it's called a goulash.
Yeah, it's called mashakura, but it's very elevated in other parts of the world.
I don't know that I would say mashakura is a goulash, but okay, Wanjiru, you can go, you can try. But we don't know. Let's see by the end of this conversation if you would have convinced people. So let's start off, tell us, there's a National Potato Council. That must mean something, that there's a council that has been set up by state to address this root, which is the potato. It is a root. It's not a root, it's a bulb, it's a tuber. Thank you. Yeah. It's a tuber. So an entire council was set up to talk about this tuber and what it then can do. Let's start with the beginnings, the genesis of setting up a council, realizing then why that is there. Let's start from there.
Yeah, thank you. The council was not set up by state, but state was part of the setting up. It was set up by the stakeholders. More than 12 years ago, 2010, is when the stakeholders came together. They realized, after realizing that potato is not being given the prominence it deserves in terms of policy, in terms of budgeting, and in terms of institutional support. And when you look at the contribution of potato compared to maize, we find that by that time it was contributing around 50 billion also, compared to maize, which contributed about 120 billion This is despite of maize being given a lot of support in all ways. So there was a need to create awareness and support potato and have lobbying so that we can have policies, supportive policies, we can have budgetary support, and we can have institutional support. That time, very few development partners were in the space of potato. This is particularly important because when you look at what is happening in developing country, potato is more important than maize because it feeds the population. There is a lot of income from potato, and through the entire value chain, from farm to up to the processing, and then the products that you find in developed country that from potatoes, there are so many, including things like starch, flour, noodles, and we are not yet to go there, including alcohol. So it was, National Potato Council was set to now lobby and also create that awareness, and it's made up of public and private sector partners. Both the government and public sector came together, starting with the national government, Ministry of Agriculture, and government agencies like KEFIS, CARO, and now AFA and KEPS. They are all members. We work together. And then farmer associations, farmers, individual farmers, and seed producers, input companies, processors, traders, academia, all stakeholders came together, and it was realized that there's a need to create a forum for information exchange, discussion, solution search, and also networking, and that's how we always come together, and that's how now the International Potato Day is coming on board. We are organizing all of us as stakeholders. Yeah.
I understand that the potato is the second largest employer in the agricultural sector. Is it?
It's the second most important in terms of food and cash crop.
Right.
Yes, to maize. But
To maize.
I think now it's almost fast.
It may be fast. About 3 million. The numbers. What would the numbers be? Because my little understanding in this sector is like maybe some 3-4 years ago it would have been maybe 3 million employed, if you include everybody who draws livelihood from the potato, which is quite a lot of people. And then also my question was going to be, historically the potato was not given attention, like you've said, by government. It was employing, so it means that farmers were the ones supporting the potato, creating this source of revenue. And so when you came together as stakeholders, you had some policy objectives. What were those policy objectives?
Yeah, as you are...
what were the problems you were facing, and what did you... Because you were already doing quite well. Why did you need government if you're almost number 2 without government support, without really strong government intervention?
Okay, we are all in this. With the government or the public, we are all in this. And anything that can make the country prosper is good for us. The realization that the potential of potato is not fully exploited triggered that. And the fact that the contribution, for example, the yields of potato has been started, it was about 6 tons per hectare, came to 8, now it's about more than 10 tons. But we are still very far when you look at the Europe, including home here, Egypt, and South Africa, who are doing that 5 tons per hectare. So the fact that there is a lot of potential from potato, we had to look at what is that is preventing us from reaching that bit. And one of them, of course, is technologies, innovations, and science. And the other one is the adoption of improved varieties, and also now the gaps which means good agricultural practices. You'll find that farmers for many years have just been recycling seed. When you say recycling, it means once they get seed from whatever source, the next season they'll just pick the smaller tubers and call them seed. The next season, the same. And the same next season. And this is very dangerous and detrimental to the farm, because when you are selecting the smaller ones, these smaller ones most probably are small because they have diseases and they have pests. So effectively what you're doing, you are spreading diseases in your farm. And also you are selecting those that don't have potential. Even during our old age, Wazees used to look for, in the livestock, they used to look for the big bulls to be the sire or to be the father of others. So looking at that concept, always you have to look at what are you using for producing as seed. And therefore there was a need to produce more seed and make awareness and create awareness of, for farmers to know that it's good to use high quality seed and also adapt potatoes for good varieties. For many years, most people or most households knew potato is only for the githeri you are talking about, the stew, and even up to today, people don't know that potato can be processed to produce other products. And that is another area that we had very few varieties for processing. In fact, until recently, about 4 years ago, when people, when there was a debate about importation of potato for frozen potato, people didn't know we have special varieties that are meant for processing that can be frozen and also be used after frozen, and also they didn't know there's a need for what we call cold chain, where you produce tubers or potatoes that can be put in that can be frozen and remain viable or usable. So those are some of the things that made us come together to exploit the potential, because we can move from 10 tons per hectare to over 35 tons per hectare. Again, productivity. We are estimating in the next 4 to 5 years will be the contribution of potato will move from about 70 billion per year to more than 150 billion.
Billion what?
Kenya shillings.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, obviously, it's consumed. What is being produced in Kenya is being consumed in Kenya, is it not?
Most of it, yeah.
Most of it is being...
Actually, most of it.
Okay. And there are many derivatives of it, whether we are looking at it then going into manufacturing, where you look at things like you said, crisps, noodles, etc., or what is used on the home front for, Wanjiru's goulash, however you want to do that across board. But then you also talk about it being processed. Like where I come from, potato is actually used as like maize meal. It's one of the things that comes from it. So you do like the ugali, but it comes from potatoes. A very smooth and interesting thing. I do know that there was a time when the output of maize in the country was a problem, so much so that there were imports of maize to then be able to boost what was already locally produced or locally harvested. And then there was the conversation about alternate forms of staples. Was potato front and center of that conversation as well for something that could then augment the country's staple?
Yes, it was and it has been. And if you look at the government attention for the last several governments, they've given potato more attention, and potato has been included in most of the government agenda, including the bottom-up economic transformation agenda. Potato has been always picked now because it's seen as a very strategic food crop. It was actually included into National Food Strategic Reserve. So there are plans to work into that because even when you look at during famine, potato is more suitable for feeding the hunger-stricken community compared to maize, because first, if it can be converted to dehydrated cubes or flour, it can be stored for long, and then when you feed it to the hunger-stricken community, it's easier to just reconstitute and make food from it compared to maize. So it's a very strategic crop, and yes, tension has been there, and that's why we have quite a number of programs which include potato, including now CDP, and for example, right now we have a program called Kenya Potato Sustainable Initiative, which is looking at alternative uses and also storage. Storage is very key to avoid prices going down and waste, because unfortunately most of the farmers use irrigated farming, and therefore they harvest, all of them harvest at the same time, and the prices go down. And you find that at some point farmers are not getting good prices, and then some other time there is no potato. We are importing from neighboring countries. So we need to organize ourselves, and that's what we are working on, to make sure that potato is stored and then released for continuous supply to both table and agro-processing sector.
I look at these numbers that you talk about, 70 to 150 billion. That's a lot of shillings for potatoes. And yet, we have international franchises who come into Kenya, right?
Yep.
And they say that the variety of potato, or the way it's processed, or the way it's cut, or the quality is not up to scratch. And I know that it then becomes a bit of a political conversation, but then if the potential is so great, these numbers that we're talking, that's already what is being done, not what can be done. Why would an international franchise come into the country and want to bring their potatoes with them, as opposed to using what is locally available and then boosting the economy on this side as well?
Yes, I think Maina's politics, these franchises have their own standards. They have certain requirements, like traceability and certain varieties that work. The way what I mentioned about varieties that can be frozen. So they have, we have started working with them since when there was a lot of shouting, and I think by now more than 40% is being produced from, used or used for
sourced
locally. Since we have started making plans or establishing systems that will supply them, and we are working together with them. Currently, we have partnered with most of them, and AFA, KEBS, and National Potato Council, and we are working to create a code of practice which will help farmers produce what these franchises require from the variety type and the gaps, good agricultural practices, including the agrochemicals that you use, including the varieties that you use when you harvest, because some farmers harvest premature potato which cannot be stored well, it cannot be frozen. So we are working on that, and we expect by end of this year we'll be there. But by today, more than 40% is being sourced locally. So we are improving in that.
A couple of questions. The potato came into the country. My little history on this tells me came into the country around 1890 during that the colonial settlements, and it was first adopted by the Kikuyu. And then after being adopted by the Kikuyu, who were growing it on settler farms, because by this time, of course, land appropriation was taking place. Food is very political. Then at some point in the 1940s, the settlers introduced the potato now as a cash crop and started spreading it into other parts of I'm not sure that date is correct, other parts of the country, and were exporting it. So it came in through the Kikuyus, it was used locally, and then some time after, It was spread out intentionally by the settlers, and by the 1940s and 1950s, it was being exported. Maybe that from around 1920, they were exporting. So that during the war, the potato was a crucial food that was exported to the front lines by the colonial governments. Then the yields began to drop for various reasons, including husbandry, including, various things. And there were a couple of commissions. There was the Bassett recommendations, then there was the Swinton Plan, which is the more famous that we know. This first commission proposed that smallholder farmers, because the way the potato came in was for very local produce, it was smallholder, these people needed to be protected because majority, 70% of the production was by these smallholders. They needed to be protected from middlemen and brokers through the establishment of marketing boards and cooperatives that could ensure the farmer benefits. The second report, Swinton Plan of 1955, was influenced by the large producers, and they overrode many of the recommendations of the Bassett report. And this created the structure of potato farming that ignored the smallholder and focused more on the big producers. So when we come to where we are now, of course, a lot of things have happened, but our smallholder farmers have continued to suffer at the hands of brokers and middlemen and middlewomen. What has your council done to protect the smallholder farmer from us moving from 70B to 150B, and that farmer remains selling potatoes by the roadside? Because a majority still do that.
I'm impressed. You've done your homework.
Well, I have confessions to make, but yes.
We'll just go with that for now.
What we'd want to do is exactly what you're talking about. Go back to where farmers, small-scale farmers, are benefiting from their sweat. And also we are benefiting from local and international markets. And through the program I mentioned called Kenya Sustainable Potato Initiative, where we are working with AGRA, CARO, and Egerton, and county governments and national government, we are looking at the policies of supportive policies and working on standards and traceability. These standards will help us capture the market, the external markets. Right now, it's very difficult to export because we don't have those standards. So after we have established those standards, we are already looking for markets in Arab countries and other external markets. The other thing we are doing, we already did what we call potato regulation, Irish potato regulations, which was launched in 2019. Unfortunately, some people went to court saying there was no public participation and all that. Of course, it's normally some interested parties that do that. Those who are interested in have interest in the chaos. But those regulations were passed using the correct process according to the Constitution, and finally that has been we have gone back and cleared all the barriers, and AFA together with National Potato Council and stakeholders will be relaunching the implementation of those regulations during the International Potato Day on 30th, which will be in Marindas, Caromaridas to be launched. That is a very important step because we find traders packing more than almost 200 kilos per bag, which is not even good for health. Even international labor law prohibits human being carrying more than 50 kg weight
on their back. Okay.
But Mr. Washira,
I want to take a break, Wanjiru. Just a quick break, and then we can come into this deeply. Of course, people are asking here, are we talking about Irish potatoes or are we talking about the sweet potato?
Nice question.
What are we talking about here?
Irish potato.
We're talking about the Irish potato. So everybody
So-called
now can
Irish.
relax. Yeah. So-called Irish potato, and we'll come back to why it's called the Irish potato as well, but okay. So everybody can calm down. It is the Irish potato that we're talking about and not necessarily the sweet potato. So we'll come back from this break and look at a little bit more of this. We're having a conversation with Wanjiru Kagwongo, who is the CEO of the National Potato Council, and we'll come back and now look at some of those details at 25 minutes to 8.
This May, the stage is set, the mic is on, and the search begins.
Welcome to Next Superstar.
From raw vocals to big talent, the search is on for Africa's next hit maker. Next Superstar is here. Premiering May 3rd at 8 p.m. exclusively on Remo TV Plus, StarTimes Channel 56 or Channel 166. Buy a DTT StarTimes decoder for only 1,399 bob or a DTH for 3,199 shillings to enjoy unlimited entertainment. Join judges Size 8, King Kaka, Motive, and hosted by Maina and Butita on Next Superstar. Renew your subscription on DTH Smart Bouquet at 1,199 shillings only or DTT Basic Bouquet at 749 shillings only. You can dial *858# for self-service or call our customer care on 0730 710077. StarTimes. Enjoy digital life.
Hey, Mambo Vipi Nairobi. Is your shilling feeling a bit stretched? Looking for value that really makes a difference?
Then it's time to discover the Kikapu Kibonge at Naivas, your true home of deals.
That's right. At Naivas, your Kikapu Kibonge is more than just a shopping basket. It's massive, it's bountiful, and the best part, high jai.
With unbeatable promotions, exclusive discounts, and everyday low prices at Naivas, you just keep adding more farm fresh ingredients to those little household must-haves.
Na bado hutumii pesa mob.
So what are you waiting for? Come on down and fill your Kikapu Kibonge. Karibu Naivas, the real home of deals.
Visit your nearest Naivas store today or shop from the comfort of your home at naivas.online.co.ke. Naivas, your home of deals. Naivas Kikapu Kibonge. Naivas saves you money.
This May, the stage is set, the mic is on, and the search begins.
Welcome to Next Superstar.
From raw vocals to big talent, the search is on for Africa's next hit maker. Next Superstar is here. Premiering May 3rd at 8 p.m. exclusively on Remo TV Plus, StarTimes Channel 56 or Channel 166. Buy a DTT StarTimes decoder for only 1,399 bob or a DTH for 3,199 shillings to enjoy unlimited entertainment. Join judges Size 8, King Kaka, Motive, and hosted by Maina and Butita on Next Superstar. Renew your subscription on DTH Smart Bouquet at 1,199 shillings only or DTT Basic Bouquet at 749 shillings only. You can dial *858# for self-service or call our customer care on 0730 710077. StarTimes. Enjoy digital life.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
And we're having a conversation today. It's International Day of the Potato, and the CEO of the National Potato Council, Wanjiru, is here with us this morning, and we're looking at some of these details. I know you wanted to come in with something, and for purposes of clarity, we've said that this is not the sweet potato derivative. It is. It's not even a derivative of a potato. No. It's a variety of potato, different, right? So we're talking about the Irish potato here. And Wanjiru, your question?
Yes. I'll floss a little bit.
Here we
Irish potato originally came from South America, the Andean region of South America, where they'd grown it for 9,000 years.
Jeez.
And then it found its way through the Spanish invasion into Europe, into Ireland, into Britain, and of course we know a lot about it from the Irish blights and the
drought,
the Great Famine again a very political. I've come to find food is very political because the Irish, the division between England and Ireland is around this potato, or rather there's a big history there. But coming back to here, smallholder farmers, majority of our farmers are smallholders, and they tend to be very poor. The poorest, some of them can't even afford the produce that, especially the processed parts. Now, these smallholder farmers, research shows that they struggle with the controls that are being given in terms of the standards and the measures, because they are costly. At the same time, government is spending less on extension farming. Government is spending less on support, direct support. Farmers you need to maybe borrow the money, you need to get your own credit and capital, and smallholder farmers might not be able to access. So my question again, is the council looking after in your vision, is it in the value chain? Is the smallholder farmer the beneficiary, or is it those farmers who are the larger producers, entrepreneurs? You talked about refrigeration, storage. In India, where their cooperatives have worked much better than here, cooperatives do very big things. Cooperatives can have set up radio stations, TV stations, because you have a huge membership base that can actually make investments. So properly speaking, refrigeration and all should be part of the cooperative movement, so that this farmer is now benefiting from the other sectors that are associated with the primary. In this country, I know there are external financiers and because I know a number of people who work in that business of refrigeration. So we are importing, and the people bringing it in are actually taking the benefits of refrigeration. They come and they charge the farmers. So we have a model that takes money away from small farmers. What is your model? What is your value chain? And are we going to will we hit 150B, because I'm sure we will, in production, and leave that farmer still struggling? A few, JM told us, the land of, is it 100 millionaires and 10 million paupers?
Yeah, again, let me confirm that the initiatives that we have, the small-scale farmer is at the center of our initiative, and we are not separating the big farms or small farms, because each one have their benefits. The large farms are very good, especially when it comes to seed production, certified seed production, and again, we are looking at all those areas that you have mentioned. One of the focus of the project I've told you is to ensure that farmers have access to even the financial, finance and capital. Okay, so we are working with the financial institutions and insurance also. And I want to correct you the one area that potato farmers are not poor. No. And what we are trying to change that narrative, that concept that small-scale farmers are poor. In fact, not even in potato only. It's only that we do not capture the economics that goes around the small-scale farmers. There is a lot of food capital moving around the small-scale farmers. So it's only that we don't capture it. We only capture what goes to the bank, what is exported, and all these. So what we are trying to do is to help them be able to access capital and also finance. This is by working with the financial institutions that are able to structure the financial facility that suits the crop. For example, you don't give a farmer a loan today and start wanting to get the payback in a month also. No, that cannot work, because you have to wait until maybe 4 months to start getting the interest and also the principal. Now, again, the interest rates are sometimes very high for the farmers. So we are working together with financial institutions and government institutions that are able to provide that service. We are also helping the farmers to access markets. This is by two things, which you have actually mentioned. I'm impressed you have done a lot of homework. The cooperatives, this project is strengthening and helping farmers form strong cooperatives who will be able to consolidate demand and also supply. And one of the things we have done is registered all these cooperatives, and we are forming an apex umbrella body that will help them in ultimate sourcing. If it is fertilizer, if it is seed, we have a digital platform called Viazi Soko. Viazi Soko, farmers register in Viazi Soko, and we have what we call farm service providers, VBAs, village-based advisors. These are young farmers who have smartphone and who can be able to help farmers register into that Viazi Soko digital platform and order either seed, fertilizer, or agrochemical. And for every order they do, they get some commission. So that way we help farmers in consolidating orders. And when we are sourcing for inputs, we are able to bargain and deliver to them. So we are actually, the farmers are at the core of these projects. Then contract farming. We are giving them contract farming so that we link them directly to the market with the processing, the companies that we have upcoming, very many upcoming processing companies who want specific varieties, who want specific standards. And what we are doing is helping farmers access this market through contract farming and providing them the standards and helping them get those varieties that can be used for processing. So this small-scale farmer is at the core of our initiatives, including mechanization. We are also supporting youth to access equipments and then lease them. For example, we are also helping them acquire drones for spraying agrochemicals to the farms, both potato and other crops. So yes, they are at the heart of our initiatives.
What regions of the country are we seeing that potato is then grown to these levels or to these amounts that we are looking for? Where is it thriving?
We have more than 16 counties that you'd say are growing a substantial amount of potatoes. We can start with Nyandarua, Nakuru, Elgeyo Marakwet, Bomet, Narok, Uasin Gishu, Nandi, Meru, Nyeri, Laikipia, Taita Taveta, Bungoma, West Pokot, Kiambu,
Okay, so that's what we look at. Is it possible to grow this crop in other parts of the country where they're not naturally grown, for example?
Yes, it is. It is possible. What happens is that most of the varieties that were introduced earlier, they were pro-poor. We can call them pro-poor. They were meant to be for food security. And so they were supposed to be grown without a lot of support in terms of agrochemicals and other nutrients. But now with commercialization, which we are trying to establish or to help farmers commercialize, as long as you have water for irrigation and you have nutrients, and then during tuberization, this is a time the potato is forming during flowering stage.
Yes.
The night temperature goes below 15 degrees centigrade. You have your potato.
Okay.
Yes, as long as you give water, and then at night during tuberization, the temperature goes below 15 degrees centigrade, and that's why Egypt are growing it.
And that's why these international franchises are going for Egypt.
Yes,
Yeah.
and we will. They're not going now.
I mean, they've been
But
for a long time.
Yes, but now they are coming here. Yeah, we should be ready for them.
Absolutely, and that was my next question, that actually, are we ready for them? And I want to link that to traditional practices that we saw, that the things that we're actually asking of ourselves to do in the modern day are things that were actually being done by a lot of people traditionally. When you talk about dehydrating your potato, for example, so that you could use it later. I was in Narok quite for some time, and I saw that the women are slicing this potato and they're drying it and they're putting it away. You would think it was dirty or that they wouldn't be able to use it again, but they put it away in such a manner that when there is now no rain, this thing was fascinating to me to see that they would now take it and they would soak it in water for maybe half a day, and the thing would plump up as though you picked it from the farm that day. But they've preserved food. The mechanisms through which they used to is just, flat surface and then the sun, right? For some time, and maybe a little bit of salt. But the process that they used to do that is now, a lot of the mechanization that we see today is based on traditional practices that they now said, let's see how we can perfect this thing that people were doing before. Beyond that, also the way that they farm, keeping the soil authentic and maintaining the integrity of the soil is also something that I think we can learn from and still do, even if we are looking into this place where we're now manufacturing on a grand scale or, growing on a larger scale. But that the simplicity of the process, are we still seeing that we are maintaining that even when we are going towards mechanization? Because it worked then and it's still working.
Yeah, let me first confirm that I believe that there is a lot of indigenous knowledge and skills that we are likely to lose or have lost because of not giving attention and trying to elevate it or give it more prominence. That is true. There's a lot of that we can benefit from that used to be there and can be advanced. Just building on that. Number two, even as we welcome international companies, we are also expecting or helping or supporting local companies to grow to that level. And we are working with a number of them, which we are supporting to grow to that level. So it is possible, and we are providing the infrastructure for growth into that direction. The technologies that we always, as entrepreneurs and investors, which we want to convert ourselves to, including the small scale farmers, you check what you have can be upscaled, and what do your neighbor have that can be adopted into your need, so that there's net gain. So we are not saying we are only depending on those international ones. No, we welcome them. We take advantage of what they can bring to us, and also what we have here, which include our local investors. And that's why we have a very strong initiative for the youth. In fact, the International Day of Potato is on 30th. 29th, we have a youth day where we are showcasing the initiatives which they can take up, including the drones, including there's a pitching where they have been pitching coming up with ideas which they think can make business in potato area, and that day will be announcing who is the winner. So we are really supporting the youth in all ways and linking them to companies that can hold them, and also linking them to financial sources. We also have partnered with another initiative called SEHA. SEHA is COMESA East African Horticulture Accelerator, looking at potato, avocado, and onion. And we have what we call matching grants, where we are advising or rather supporting the youth and small enterprises to apply. First round has gone on. Another round will be taking place in October.
Okay. A couple of questions, and it sounds great and well done on those initiatives. Vitu kwa ground, sometimes viko different. When you talk about small scale, what percentage of potato growing is by small holder? This is quarter acre, half acre. You know, this very local. What percentage of the growers are in that category, and are you able to tap those? Because small scale might be somebody who's able to actually graduate into a company that, you know. So are you dealing with a small holder as well? Because I believe they might be the majority. And those are the ones who I believe financially might not be able to meet the threshold of all these things you're talking about. And are you giving them support? Then the other thing, as you commercialize, of course, there's a big debate around seeds.
Yes.
And that debate has to do with food sovereignty. Because if every time you're planting, you're buying seeds, as opposed to the traditional way in which seeds could be recycled, and there was a way of recycling them so you maintain the quality, this is undermining, especially in a water insecure and food insecure situation. That dependency becomes a big liability to our food security in the country. So in terms of commercialization, how are you ensuring food sovereignty is maintained? How are you ensuring soil integrity is maintained? That the farming practices are organic, are wholesome, so that we don't get the output, but at such a high cost to the environment.
Yeah, there's a number of approaches that we are using on that. First, we have two types of varieties. We have what we call public varieties and private varieties. A good number of processing varieties are private varieties, which means it's not everybody who can produce seed of that variety. So if you want to commercialize into that direction, you have to keep buying seed. We have public varieties like Shangi and others, which can be produced by anybody. As long as you are registered, you are a seed merchant, you are registered, you can produce it and sell. Now, what we are doing, we are actually supporting both commercialized and non-commercialized farmers, and even the smallest farmers. We have different approaches of, for example, there's something you've mentioned which is very key. We have very high demand for seed. And it's not that we have reduced what we used to produce, it is the demand has gone up. Very many people know about seed now. Through that, via Soko, we are getting a lot of inquiries and orders which we cannot satisfy. And that's why we had an announcement of people who are interested to invest in seed space. We will support them. And we had a meeting, we are working with them. Now, what I was saying is that for small-scale farmers who cannot buy seed, certified seed, they need to just have the first lot. Then there is a procedure of how you can do your own seed without buying every season. Once you buy once, the next season, there is a way you are trained on how to select your seed for the next season without going back. That one we are taking care of. It's called positive selection. And of course, every time you use that kind of method, yield go down every season, so you're not supposed to do it more than 3 times.
So there's the responsibility also, the governance, also on the part of the farmer.
Yeah, we are also training them on that, so that if you're not able to buy every other time, there is a seed you can buy, and there is a way you do it, you produce for yourself. But you cannot pack that seed and sell.
And
that
sell it,
illegal.
you can't resell.
Yes, it's not good.
So even as we wind down
then
that...
maybe another point on that, we are also promoting disease-resistant varieties, which now will help them, because the biggest problem in potato is late breed. That is the most common one. Now, these varieties have resistance. We have some that have been introduced by a company called Sarita, and what they're doing is they're using what you call true potato seed, and that will also help in terms of storability, storage, transportation, and all these.
Very quickly, as we round this up, what varieties are grown in Kenya? Folks are asking white, yellow, red. What varieties are actually grown in Kenya that can be used?
There are very many varieties, over 62 of them, which have been registered. It's not all of them that have keys. We have Challengers, we have Tauras, we have Wanjiru, we have Sherekea, we have Asante.
Okay, so they're not going by their colors, but they're actually going by the name.
We have red and white varieties.
Okay, there we go. That's what we're looking for.
Is there any chance you'll pick up sweet potatoes?
There's always that demand or request, but I think its time will come. We decided first to perfect on potatoes, and then we bring others
into
later.
the play.
The
CEO of the National Potato Council, Wanjiru Kagwango, has been here as our guest this morning as we talk about International Day of the Potato. It's been most interesting. Thank you so much for being here this morning.
Spice up your life.
Good morning, this is the news wire. I'm Leah Ubaga. Health workers will have to wait until next year to be hired on permanent contracts after the government failed to allocate funds. Chairperson of the National Assembly's Departmental Committee on Health, James Nyikal, says it's annoying the Treasury has allocated only 4 billion shillings for the permanent workers, contrary to the Health Committee's recommendation of 11.8 billion Kenya shillings. The MPs who are members of the committee have said that they'll continue to urge Treasury to allocate sufficient funds to the Ministry of Health to sustain health workers.
The UHC workers require 5 billion for gratuity upon a contract expiry. Further, additional 3.8 billion will be required to confirm the UHC staff on permanent and pensionable terms.
You can reallocate other areas that the government may still need to add more money in subsequent supplementaries. But please do what is necessary to fund the confirmation of UHC staff. The 3.8 billion that is needed in the entirety of the budget is not much, because this is money that is going directly into service delivery and directly into Kenyans who are youthful.
I think, Mr. Chairman, we can't have such a statement when we are doing the annual budgets. That we are already foreseeing a supplementary budget. It doesn't make sense from a budgeting perspective.
DCP party leader Rigathi Gachagua has confirmed that the party's official launch is set for June 3rd. The event, which will take place at the Kasarani Sports Complex, is scheduled to start from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. Over 5,000 Kenyans, including members, supporters and invited guests, are expected to attend the event, where the party will be launched nationally. Gachagua, who has been campaigning against President William Ruto's government since his ouster, is aiming to ensure that Ruto is a one-term president. In attendance will be other party leaders like DAPK's Eugene Wamalwa, Wiper's Kalonzo Musyoka, PLP's Martha Karua, as well as former Interior Cabinet Secretary Fred Matiang'i. Many questions continue to be raised about the move of only one family to start living in affordable housing units officially opened by President William Ruto in Mukuru kwa Njenga earlier this week. During the event, President Ruto handed over more than 1,000 houses to Mukuru residents, with those who managed to get the houses expressing their happiness with the program. Furthermore, the government insists that the official date for moving into the houses is June 1st. However, for Jerusha Mudhoni, moving to a new house has given her a fresh start.
Nimerara hapa, in fact siwezi hata elezea, niliamka saa 3 sababu ka usingizi kalikuwa kanono sana. Pali kuna fresh air, kadisaini nilikuwa tu nikirara hivi na njaribu kuimagine venye aka kanyumba kako, sioni kama ni kangu. So mimi nilikuja kama nimejipanga, mimi nilikuwa nauliza itaisha namna gani. Mimi nilikuja kama nimejipanga na manguo na nikakuja nikaanza kuishi. In fact kila mtu ako kwa hii block, kila mtu ako na funguo.
This comes as some residents of Mukuru kwa Njenga claim that a large percentage of those named to benefit from the scheme are not actual residents of the area, a claim that the management board has strongly denied.
Officially, we had set the moving to start off from 1st June, and that's when they start, of course, with their payments and all that. But they are free to move in as they wish. We've had activations on ground over and over where may apply. Then we also allowed, because the Marigoine is also one of the areas that is earmarked for, people had been enumerated, is also earmarked for development, and there's an enumeration exercise that had been carried out by the same department. So they are also beneficiaries of this.
The housing units are part of the ambitious new Mukuru housing estate project set to deliver 13,248 homes, making it one of the largest affordable housing initiatives in Kenya's history. That's the News Wire. I'm Leah Ubaga.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
One of the things that are in our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state officer, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that, because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Waliletea fujo Moi mpaka wakapata cooperation. Wakakuja wakasumbua Kibaki mpaka wakachukua nusu mkate. Wamekuja wakazungusha Uhuru hapo mpaka wakaenda na handshake, program yetu ikapotea, BBI ikaendelea, tukazama, tukaingia kwa madeni. Sasa mimi nimewaambia, hii serikali hii, mimi nawaambia hii serikali ni ya mahasla. Hakuna nusu mkate, hakuna handshake, hakuna hiyo borojo.
Jana nimeona wale wazee tulishinda. Ati hiyo mzee akisema ati he will not be coerced or intimidated to joining our government. Wewe mzee sikia. We have no business within our government. Hatuna haja na hatugojei wewe. We are not looking for you and we have no time. Stop saying that people can force you to come to this government. Forget about being forced or coerced. We are not interested because sisi tuko na kazi ya kufanya.
Kama kuna mtu ako na namba ya William Ruto, alikodi hii video mtumie. Maisha yangu tangu nizaliwe sijawahi kuona mtu muongo, mfisadi, baradhuli na mdhabina kama William Samoei Ruto.
Mimi Hassan Joho nikitaka kuongea, mimi I don't even dream of engaging with them. Ati huyu akitaka aje aongee sio na mimi niongee na Ruto nini? mimi nikamtafute atanipa nini? Wilbaro.
I wonder.
Nilipeleka wilbaro mimi la kimtaani la kucheza nalo zamani.
We have a choice to reject over 60% of these names or give President Ruto his skunk. Apart from a few individuals who are not even more than 8, the rest are incompetent, unqualified, have integrity issues, are people who cannot deliver this country from where it is to the next level that we want the country to move in.
A few moments later.
Now forwarded the name of John Mbadi Ngongo to the Ministry of National Treasury and Economic Planning. The Honorable Hassan Ali Joho, Ministry of Mining, Blue Economy and Maritime Affairs.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
In this country, 6 families and 8,000 Kenyans control 90% of the GDP. We are not a country. We are a plantation. We work for Ruto.
When you're telling the judges court orders are papers or they will not obey court orders, they're sitting and you're seeking orders from them. So how are they supposed to interpret it? Isn't it an oxymoron?
When you see a judiciary that seems to be under some control somewhere, you start questioning. We have very powerful governors, but they don't use their offices to serve the people.
If you are not shameful to do what you are doing, why should we protect?
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Is the Situation Room. The only way to start your...
A very good morning to you at 10 minutes after 8 o'clock. This is the Situation Room, and coming into the third hour of our conversations this morning, Ndu and Wanjiru here with you as we continue. It's a Healthy Friday conversation that we are about to have, and about one that is not just a medical issue, but it's a social issue as well, that's laced with a lot of stigma and many questions into how soon should young women be having children, and that's around the issue of fistula. We'll get into that in just a while, and just as we do, remembering that we are online and our live streams are up on YouTube, on Facebook and on X, as well as our audience on KTN. A very good morning to you. When you're looking for that person that you can trust, when you're looking for that dream to pursue, that goal that you need to set, every milestone that you've achieved, guess what? There's a partner who stands with you. This partner is steadfast and they are unwavering. At I&M Bank, the promise is simple. We're on your side. Whether you're launching a new business, seeking financial guidance, or striving for personal growth, we are here to support and empower you every step of the way. The commitment extends to covering innovative solutions to impacting lives, because at I&M Bank, your aspirations fuel your mission. Discover the power of on your side banking. Find out more at any I&M bank branch close to you, and remember always that I&M is on your side. And we're getting into the weekend, so I have to remind you that your Naivas Kiloko is where you want to hang out, because your basket gets bigger and you spend less shilling. Let Naivas be your home of deals. At Naivas, we know shopping isn't just about ticking off a list, it's about the experience. And that's why Kikapu Kibonge is more than just a shopping basket. It's big, it's bountiful, and guess what? It never gets full. With unbeatable promotions, exclusive discounts, and everyday low prices, you just keep getting more and still spend less. So, from farm fresh ingredients to those little household must-haves, everything you need is waiting at your nearest Naivas Kiloko. So come fill your kikapu with value, variety, and the warmth of a true Kenyan shopping experience. Karibu Naivas, the home of deals. Jaza Kikapu Kibonge with Naivas. And so even as we get into looking into the intrigues around fistula, we'll do that in just a little bit of time. And we just had a conversation briefly earlier about, Wanjiru, how negative we can be. But I keep saying that if that's what's served up on the buffet, what am I supposed to serve on my plate? That we're hard pressed sometimes, or should we go out looking? Because I am of the school of thought that development begets development. You see something good, it spurs you on to want to do, and it does. Even with it in a certain area, it replicates to another. Have we fallen victim then to being extremely negative when it comes to the things that we see, even in the wanton corruption and thievery and whatever, mismanagement? I mean, we could list for days. But have we fallen victim to constantly being negative about the things that we see?
I think, yes. One is you're speaking truth to power, and power is misbehaving, so you have an obligation to call it out. But then it becomes negative if it stops there. The thing is, what suggestions are on the table? And around those suggestions, what examples are there of those suggestions working? So I think the next step in this revolution, because I think it's part of the revolution, the process of pushing for good governance and inclusion and social justice, is not just to say what's not working and to call it out. It's to also focus on the solutions and what is working. So I think that balance needs to be found. Otherwise, people get discouraged, people get overwhelmed, they are unhappy, they are angry, and ultimately they switch off.
Indeed.
Because of overload.
Well, that is it. And we're getting into a Healthy Friday conversation this morning. Joining us in the studio in the hot seat already is Betty Kasioka, who's a specialist nurse for fistula care. And we say a special situation room welcome to you. Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you doing?
I'm doing fine.
Karibu sana.
Asante.
We also should be joined by Judith Mweri, who's a fistula survivor. But we'll see how the morning goes and see if she will join us. But we're going to welcome you to the Situation Room, as we often do. We go around the African continent every week. We come back from a different African country with a basket full of proverbs. Normally CT would do that for you, but he's not here. And so I'll step into that position. I want to tell you what the proverb is, and then I would like to get your interpretation of it. Is that all right?
Yeah, that's fine.
This week we've been in Mozambique. So it's our last day of being in Mozambique, and that's in the southern part of Africa, of course. And the proverb is this way: whether the knife falls on the melon or the melon falls on the knife, it is the melon that gets hurt.
I agree with you.
Okay. How would you interpret that?
I would say that, one, the melon is the victim. The knife is the one that attacks the melon, whichever way. Whether the melon falls on the knife or the knife falls on the melon. Yeah. An injury will occur. Yeah.
So you must know your place. Where are you? Whether you're the knife or the melon.
I could be both. Yeah. And being a lady, I could be both.
Well, okay.
Sometimes things are in my control, sometimes things not in my control.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
Very interesting.
Power in
some instances,
and the same person doesn't have power
in another instance. Indeed, the changing nature of society, I think, also does that to us as well. So this is a Healthy Friday conversation that we normally look at health matters on Fridays. And fistula is a condition that we have known about and we have heard about. Today, if I'm correct, is the International Day to End Obstetric Fistula. And we would like to get definitions of what fistula is for us to be all around. Obviously, it's an obstetric issue, so it affects more than it's women. So we would like to know, first of all, as we get into this, what is the medical definition of fistula and how does it present?
Okay. A fistula is an abnormal communication between two hollow surfaces. And in this case, an obstetric fistula is an abnormal connection between the birth canal and either the urine system or the digestive system. Yes, because a fistula can be on any other part of the body.
Yes.
But obstetric, nowadays we don't even use the word for obstetric, we call it the female genital fistula.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you said there is an obstruction.
Abnormal connection.
Yes. So that these two areas, which normally should not touch each other, now as a result of this are touching each other.
Yes.
Okay.
Normally the urine has its route. the stool has its root, and the birth canal where the baby passes through has its root.
Okay.
But for one reason or another, one or both end up communicating with the birth canal.
Okay.
Yes.
How on earth does this happen? Are you born with it? Does it happen as a result of surgery? Does it happen as a result of another process? How?
One, there are many causes. And the very first one is nutritional.
Okay.
For the pregnant woman. That the pregnant woman needs to get a diet. We no longer talk about the balanced diet. We talk about the 10 food groups. She needs to eat about 5 of the 10 food groups every day, so that she can build, she can have adequate calcium stores to be able to transmit the same to the fetus, that is the unborn baby, so that when the baby is born, it's born healthy. 2, on nutrition. When the baby is born, for the first 6 months, it should be exclusive breastfeeding for the baby to build strong bones. So that when that baby girl is about to become a mother, they have adequate, strong bones, because milk, that is breast milk, is rich in calcium. 3, once the baby starts feeding, that is complementary feeding at 6 months, there is a guide in the mother-child booklet that guides the woman on how to feed this baby to ensure that they get adequate calcium in their diet. And they continue with breastfeeding for up to 2 years. From there, during that childhood time, there's the babies usually get some vaccines. I've met women who were given those vaccines in childhood. The nerves that are on the part that is injected, that is on the thigh, got destroyed, so they got some deformity of the legs. And when the deformity occurs, it affects the pelvic floor, that is the bone, the pelvic bone. Because once they limp, the joint affects the circumference of the bone inside. So when she'll be delivering her baby during her, during her youthful years or adulthood, the circumference inside the pelvis becomes small. So it will be a struggle for the baby to leave the uterus and to be born. 3, could be due to harmful practices, like the female genital fistula. Some communities in Kenya do it very inhumanly. Like they just, they chop everything and they stitch it up. Once the stitching is done, scar does not stretch. So the moment she tries to push that baby, she tears up the birth canal, and the place where the stool is supposed to come out from become one big highway. Allow me to call it that for now.
Okay.
Yes.
I want us to focus on that just a little bit, but I want us to go, and maybe Lydiah, if you can just get us onto that screen there to look at this picture. And I don't know, Lydiah, can you hear me? When you were talking about the pelvic bone having not been formed properly as a result of poor nutrition when this young woman when she was younger, are we looking at this part that sits on the bottom here? If you can just look at that screen there. This part that sits at the bottom, are we saying here, we're saying the pelvic floor? Or which part are we saying has not been formed properly?
I'm sure you can see some 2 sharp places from the upper, around the middle there. That is where there is that area that the baby comes through. We call them those istiotuberosities. You see where there's the coccyx. Now go to the left or to the right, there is that circumference there of the pelvis. If that does not form well, a woman gets something we call a contracted pelvis. It's normal for a man to have that type of a pelvis which is straight.
Yes.
But a woman needs to have a gynocoid pelvis. That is a pelvis that is round and can accommodate the baby to go through during delivery. And this is also affected like during the adolescent years. We know adolescents love things like chips, potato chips, and rarely will they eat greens that are rich in calcium. Rarely will they eat things like eggs. They just want to eat a lot of chips. And that is the time now the bone is really ready to expand as in preparation for womanhood. So once that area is contracted, it's very hard for the baby to pass through.
Okay, we'll try and put those pictures back up and then make you let you have a look at that. But then also looking at the one that you mentioned thereafter, when we're looking at issues around FGM, whereby there is, I studied this quite some and did quite a number of stories on this. So when we're saying that there was total circumcision and that it was really not cared for how it was done and then stitched back up, how does that then obstruct and form this illegal connection?
What happens is that once the baby tries to come out, of course the vaginal part of the woman stretches, but during the circumcision and the stitching after that, a scar was formed. If you stretch a scar, it will just tear. It will not stretch. And that's how there's a connection between the birth canal and should we call it the rectum? Or should I call it the way of the stool to make it a little bit nice? Yes. But I'd like to say that we have generally two kinds of fistula, like the urine fistula and the stool fistula. Like I said, the urine canal is on top of the vagina. The stool canal is below the vagina.
And they should not connect naturally at all. They
should not connect.
Okay.
So now, if this bone is if the pelvic way is constricted, that is a bone.
Yes.
The fetal head is a bone. So if there's struggle with the baby coming out, that is for a long time, we call it prolonged obstructed labor. The two bones press either the urethra, that is the urine canal, or the stool canal. And if the pressing happens for a long time, those tissues around there die.
Okay.
Then when they die, there's something that we call the necrosis process. That is the dying of the tissues. It takes around 2 to 7 days. Right. The woman goes home, but within 2 to 7 days, she starts leaking urine or leaking stool or passing flitters. In Kiswahili we call it kunyamba, through the vagina. Why? There is a small hole between the rectum and the vagina. So when the woman sits, it is well. But the moment she stands up, the fat comes out through the vagina very loudly, and she cannot control it because the vagina does not have a sphincter to close it. So it comes out, she cannot control it anywhere, anytime. But the stool fistula is more acceptable. The urine fistula is worse because if there is a hole between either the bladder or the urethra, that is the way of the urine, and the birth canal, the urine area has like a stopper at the end where you can control the urine to come out. But this time the urine pours into the vagina, which does not have a stopper. So it flows day and night.
It's constant.
Constantly, day and night. It cannot be cleaned and it cannot be controlled. And the agony of the matter is that the woman does not even understand what is happening to her body.
Okay.
2 weeks ago, we repaired an 80-year-old woman who has lived with the fistula for over 30 years. She didn't know what was happening.
Oh my gosh.
80 years. And after the first baby, she got another 11.
What?
Yes.
And she got the
She had the fistula with baby number one?
Yes, with the first baby.
Oh my gosh.
Okay. So in this case, where we are talking about, so these things then, do we, or is there a connection between, and I know that it has been carried in many a story, that is there a connection between early marriage or early childbirth, early pregnancy, and we say in terms of age of the girl, and fistula? Because if I go back, and Lydiah, please, if you can put this picture up so that we can see what we're talking about here, that when we say that the pelvic bone or the pelvic area has not formed properly, in a girl who is 10 10, 11 years old, because that's the age that a lot of them are getting pregnant and having children, that it is very possible then that fistula would form, an obstetric fistula would form if this, she's a baby.
Yeah.
She's still a baby at that age. If this area has not formed properly, then the chances of her carrying a baby and being delivered of it and then forming fistula as a result then is higher?
Yes. Yes. For adolescents or those who are not adults, there are two issues about it. One is the bone, and two, the tissues around the vagina. They are not mature. So the tissues will be injured because one, the baby is not able to pass there, so that injury will happen. And two, she will also tear. On Wednesday morning, I woke up to a message which was written to me at 3 a.m. This girl put some crying emojis, and she told me, I got my baby at 15 years. And I'm not able to control my fat, and it was a home delivery. So every time I get a man, they will just go once and ask me why I am wide. And I don't know what's happening to me. I've been stressed for years. She's had the same problem for 13 years. Of course, I cannot mention her name, and many others. Yes. The tissues are immature, the bones are immature. So if we can delay our young girls from getting pregnant, that would be better.
Okay.
If our young girls can be allowed, because they are sexually active, let's agree. If they can be allowed to prevent pregnancy until they're mature enough, that will go a long way in preventing the female genital fistula. Because as we speak in Kenya, over 24,000 women are living with the female genital fistula, and they don't understand what is.
How many?
Over 24,000, and only 7.5% of these are able to
seek help.
Yes, and then of course, in our training, I've been in the School of Nursing 3 times, certificate, diploma, and degree. The fistula was mentioned in passing.
Oh, really?
Yes. So most of the time, even majority of healthcare workers are not able to diagnose that. So the woman will suffer years on end without her and the healthcare worker understanding what is happening to the body of the woman.
Okay.
Yeah.
We're going to take a break in a minute, but just to make some clarifications here, that, or rather to ask, the formation of fistula, beyond what happens in terms of development, your nutrition, your calcium, your folic, and all of that, we are saying that there are other obstructions that are not natural that take place that essentially form this fistula.
Yes.
Okay.
The things that we call iatrogenic fistulas. That is fistulas that are formed during a procedure. Like when a woman is getting cesarean section, the ureter that carries urine from the kidney to the urinary bladder is nipped or is cut or is injured. So the urine forms in the pelvic area and it finds its way out to the vagina. During surgeries, like some women are done, the removal of the uterus, we call it hysterectomy. During that surgery, it can happen. During any other surgery around the vagina. 2, there are women who get reproductive health cancers. So they eat away the tissues of the urine system or the stool system. 3, the treatment of cancers also burns. That is the radiotherapy. Also burns tissues around there. Yeah. Accidents. The women who get accidents and they get fractures of the pelvic bone. Those bones injure either the urine system or the stool system and they get fistulas. Yes, but majority are due to delivery.
In your view, because when I was doing my little research, I saw that Kenya joined the campaign to end obstetric fistula in 2004, which is quite some time. But I also read that this was a bit dated. It was saying the Kenya Health Strategic Investment Plan of 2018-2023 addressed the health issues broadly, because it talks about nutrition and all of that, but didn't specifically address fistula, obstetric or otherwise. Why is it so difficult to get fistula on the agenda? And how realistic would it be to end obstetric fistula and maybe some of these others? What are the campaign goals?
Okay, one thing I'll tell you is that the female genital fistulas are formed every day, even as we sit. They are formed every day. Like every year in Kenya, we get 3,000 new fistulas occurring. How many per hour? Maybe someone can do the maths. And they form due to many issues. Like in reproductive health, we talk about the 3 delays. One, the woman delays to make a decision to go and deliver in the hospital. So it might happen that she'll deliver in the house. 2, the woman arrives to the hospital, but there is a delay in intervention. Or for many reasons, although she's in the hospital, she might not get a midwife or a doctor to be able to conduct that delivery, because obviously the nurses and midwives shortage is there worldwide.
Yes.
So she would have to deliver herself?
Sometimes it will happen because, like, if, for example, there are 2 midwives on duty or 3 and 6 women are pushing their babies at the same time.
Yes.
What happens?
Yes.
Okay.
3, 2.
Delay?
Yeah.
Okay, before we go to the 3rd delay, resources in the hospital. There might be just 1 theatre, but you need to do like 3 CSs at a go. By the time the rest waits, the fistula is already formed. Yes. So let me talk about the delays. Delay deciding to seek care. Delay in reaching the facility, our roads. At times it's at night. At times the woman does not have resources. Sometimes
she's in a
traditional
area or whatever.
Yes, my mother-in-law must be there for you to deliver. The mother-in-law lives far. And then now the 3rd one is to get adequate care at the hospital. So decision making, reaching the facility, and adequate care.
Would you say that obstetric fistula as a whole is strongly linked to poverty or low income?
Yes, it is linked to low income. It is also linked to illiteracy.
Okay.
Yes. Like, it would be diagnosed earlier that this woman might get a fistula. So the woman is supposed to start her antenatal clinic the moment she realizes that she's pregnant. But majority of women just come just once instead of 8 visits. Like now, if someone has abnormality of the pelvis, you'll plan early. If the client is a teenager, you will not allow them to go into labor. You'll plan their cesarean section late, but they'll come when the baby is already stuck. There's nothing much you can do.
And at the time the baby is stuck is when that obstruction essentially is going to happen.
That's when it's happening, and pressing the tissues around the pelvic girdle and forming the fistula.
Because of lack of awareness,
of
stigma,
what's going on.
of teen pregnancy.
Yes.
Let's take a break at this point, because then I want to come back and for us to have a look at then what really happens beyond the medical. We also know, based on the things that you are saying, if somebody essentially is leaking for years on end, there's a lot more than the medical or the physiological that comes into play here. There is stigma. There is people that we've heard staying holed up in their homes for forever because they just cannot come out. We're looking at the intrigues around obstetric fistula this morning, and then trying to ask ourselves many questions around then what can be done to ensure that these issues essentially come to an end. Betty Kasioka is a nurse dealing specifically with fistula care, and she joins us on our Healthy Friday conversation this morning. We'll continue when we come back from this break. Currently now at 22 minutes to 9 o'clock. It continues after this.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
This May, the stage is set, the mic is on, and the search begins.
Welcome to Next Superstar.
From raw vocals to big talent, the search is on for Africa's next hit maker. Next Superstar is here. Premiering May 3rd at 8 p.m. exclusively on Remo TV Plus, StarTimes Channel 56 or Channel 166. Buy a DTT StarTimes decoder for only 1,399 bob or a DTH for 3,199 shillings to enjoy unlimited entertainment. Join judges Size 8, King Kaka, Motive, and hosted by Maina and Butita on Next Superstar. Renew your subscription on DTH Smart Bouquet at 1,199 shillings only, or DTT Basic Bouquet at 749 shillings only. You can dial *858# for self-service or call our customer care on 0730 710077. StarTimes. Enjoy digital life.
In a world where change is constant, there is something comforting about stability. One that has inspired I&M Bank's growth in Kenya, Mauritius, Tanzania, Rwanda, and Uganda. We celebrate the lives impacted, dreams realized, and futures secured through our financing solutions. This milestone is a testament to the power of relationships, integrity, and commitment. I&M Bank, on your side.
I&M, the future.
Hey, Mambo Vipi Nairobi. Is your shilling feeling a bit stretched? Looking for value that really makes a difference?
Then it's time to discover the Kikapu Kibonge at Naivas, your true home of deals.
That's right. At Naivas, your Kikapu Kibonge is more than just a shopping basket. It's massive, it's bountiful, and the best part, high jai.
With unbeatable promotions, exclusive discounts, and everyday low prices at Naivas, you just keep adding more farm fresh ingredients to those little household must-haves.
Na bado hutumi pesa mob.
So what are you waiting for? Come on down and fill your Kikapu Kibonge. Karibu Naivas, the real home of deals.
Visit your nearest Naivas store today or shop from the comfort of your home at naivas.online.co.ke. Naivas, your home of deals. Naivas Kikapu Kibonge. Naivas saves you money.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
At 19 minutes to 9 o'clock, our Healthy Friday conversation this morning is around obstetric fistula. Today is the International Day to End Obstetric Fistula, and Betty Kasioka is a specialist nurse in fistula care, and she's with us this morning. So just we've looked at the physiological presentation of fistula. We understand what's going on, that there is an obstruction. And so what happens is that now there is a connection between two parts that should not have any business being connected. I mean, that's my layman's way of putting it. It doesn't sound medical at all, but kind of makes sense that two parts that shouldn't be connected are connected. And fluids that should not be going into one area of the body are going there. And so that sounds to me like something that would be terrible to have to deal with physically, physiologically, but then also on a social level. I can only imagine, because what you've told us is that there is, from the digestive tract, because that is waste, doesn't smell very good, it's going into and leaking out of this woman's body in a way she cannot control. And we also have the urinary tract then connected directly towards the vagina in a way that is not natural. So I would imagine that then she goes through a very, very difficult time even going outside. What are we talking about here?
We're talking about One, lack of knowledge. Because the woman knows she's suffering, but she doesn't know what is happening to her body. And because majority of them give birth when they are very young, they think that it's normal to be that way.
And of course, if she goes to the healthcare providers who can't diagnose her, it reinforces.
Yes. Of course, we've had instances where the woman goes and says, I can't hold my urine. So they're told, go for a urine test, go for a scan. And those ones will not show a fistula. Yes.
A scan won't show a fistula?
No. What are you scanning? The bladder may not have a hole. The hole is down here. What are you scanning? Two, apart from lack of knowledge, there is stigma.
Of course.
There is stigma.
It's reproductive, it's excretory. Yes.
Majority of men run away. Who wants to live with a woman? Every time he wants to have sex with her, he comes out with stool.
Oh my gosh.
Who would live with such a woman? Who wants to live with a woman who leaks urine on the bed, on the seats, on the streets, everywhere? They will live. Very few of them will remain, maybe 1%. Because one, they don't understand. Two, this woman is stinking. And I remember there's a woman who got a fistula in 1982 and repaired her in 2018. So she would go to the market. So the woman would say, the women in the market would say, don't sell to this woman, she doesn't shower.
Oh no.
But she does shower. But the flow is constant.
Okay.
Yes. She was even thrown away by her family, where she was married. Went to her home. They decided to build her a mabati house at the river so that the urine can go there. And she lived in that mabati house until a new neighbor heard the story and brought her for repair.
But I have to ask, and it may sound insensitive, and unfortunately, some of the questions around some of these issues just do, that surely if you lived normally, and before an event that took place, that after which you realized and you recognized that something is not normal anymore. Pre this obstruction, there was normalcy. This didn't used to happen because you've told us that you're not born with this thing.
No.
Okay?
Really.
So before that, you did not have this constant leaking of waste. After this thing happened, you then have this presentation. From the women that you've spoken to, because it's not just a repair that you're doing, I'm sure you must have had conversations around what's going on. What is the reason as to why, when you know, because it's not unnoticeable, it is very noticeable. What are the reasons as to why they don't go to seek care or even to question what may have happened to me that I am now suffering this thing?
One, women are not able to travel, for example, if they're leaking urine.
Okay.
They may not be able to travel in matatus or anyway. In fact, when they're coming from far, we tell them, don't eat much the previous night, don't take water. So that when you're coming,
it's minimized.
Yes. Very few will afford a diaper so that they can be able to seek. And when they come to me as a healthcare worker, I don't know what's happening to the woman. I may not examine the woman. So she goes back home with her problem. At times they come because of the stigma. They just look and then when you ask them, what's the problem?
Oh, you start asking invasive questions.
She'll tell you, I have a headache. She will not talk about the problem that she came with. Yes, there is no support. But I thank God for the community health promoters. They are being trained, like in the county where I work in Kiambu County. We have trained all the community health promoters through the intervention of AMREF. And we've been able to train them to be able to ask questions which will tell us whether there is a fistula or not. And once they get it, they get the clients, they refer the clients to some of us, because these things are interests. We were trained, many of us, but majority don't want that thing of being kunukiwa na stool, urine.
Because it's messy.
It's messy. Actually, sometimes when I work with clients through the clinics to go and examine them, you'll see the other patients holding their nose because whoever is passing is smelling. So they refer, and we are able to send them to our fistula surgeons, who are 8 in Kenya, because not every obstetric gynecologist is a fistula surgeon.
8 is a very small number.
It's a very small number.
Out of how many gynecologists?
Gynecological
there
are hundreds.
Yeah.
There are hundreds, but not all of them have the interest.
So it's preventable, it's treatable.
Yes.
But in terms of and I think on a positive note, the community healthcare promoters is a very strong avenue for sensitization and identification. But then come the need for the surgery, that's a very big bottleneck if there are only 8 surgeons. And can I just, as you speak to that gap in the availability of care, what is the cost of the surgery? Is this surgery covered was it covered under NHIF? Is it now covered under SHA? Is it accessible? So once a woman has been diagnosed through the community health care promoter, can they afford and access care? Treatment, rather.
The cost of repairing one female genital fistula is around 350,000 Kenya shillings. And of course, SHA covers it in the public facilities. But who is there to do the surgeries?
Oh, this is the problem.
Yes.
So this is it seems as though it's presenting a different kind of problem here because it will be covered. And we're saying that any woman who is covered under SHA, who's up to date and has this condition, can actually have the surgery, should walk into the hospital and not have to pay a cent. That's what we are saying.
Yes.
But the problem now is that we don't have enough people who can actually perform this thing.
So how are you dealing? Do you need, we've had doctors coming from Cuba and all of that. How are we dealing with this, and what's your strategy to get enough surgeons?
What we do is that we have partners. AMREF is a very big partner of the government. We have some other partners called Fistula Foundation. So once we get the clients, depending on where they are in the country, we send them to those fistula surgeons. Some do the surgeries in public hospitals, others do them in private hospitals, but they are paid for by the public partners,
by the partner.
like AMREF and Fistula Foundation and whichever other. And among the 8, not all of them can repair all kinds of fistulas. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And how long would a surgery like this take? I guess maybe dependent on how it's presenting, but how long? Is it something that you can do today and be out, like a day surgery, or must you?
No. Once the woman arrives, depending on which one it is, if it's a stool fistula, the woman can be repaired and go home within 4 days. But
Almost
if
like
it's a urine fistula, depending on whether the injury is towards the exit, that is at the urethra, or at the ureter, that's the one that brings urine from the kidney to the bladder, they'll stay between 7 and 14 days in the hospital being managed.
Okay. So there's a huge cost to care.
There's a huge cost to care.
But this is covered under
partners are the ones that cover it.
Not
SHA?
NHIF SHA?
SHA will cover, but who will do the surgery?
Okay. We're understanding now. It makes a difference. Okay.
So what's your strategy to get? What's your strategy? Like now you say AMREF, and I realize AMREF was so much of their money came from USAID. USAID has now pulled out because government of Kenya, in terms of investment in healthcare, I think the last time I checked was 6%. It could be less, and that goes towards everything. So a lot of our healthcare delivery is supported by development partners. It's a tragedy. We call ourselves a sovereign country, but we don't do the basic. Now, with donor funds running short, what's the situation on the ground?
Okay, what I know is that AMREF and Fistula Foundation have partners with counties for camps to happen in the public facilities and for obstetric gynecologists to be trained. But like I said, it depends on the interest.
Okay.
Yes, because you might train them, like we've had trainings, but from there, they don't continue. It's interest. Yes. So they've been sponsored, they've been trained, but now the continuity is the problem.
Okay. So I know I want to go back to this because usually we may not be able to understand the gravity of something unless we see the details of it. And if we're just using that one example that you've shared with us, that a woman with fistula what happens or what compounds the problem as she has more children? She's got fistula already, and she gets pregnant on top of that, and has another baby. So we're just compounding the issue on top of an issue. Is there further damage that would possibly happen if there are, pregnancies upon fistula over and over again? Are we not making the situation worse?
Okay, one thing I would like you to note is that if the woman's pelvic bones are contracted, and she continues getting pregnant, most of the babies who are born don't even survive. Because there's injury to the head, and there's injury to the woman that continues to happen with every pregnancy. So most of the time the babies are born dead. Like I know of a woman who should be having 11 babies, but she has 2.
Oh my goodness.
The 2 that survived, a cesarean section was done. But throughout all those deliveries and the cesarean sections, no one ever dealt with the urine issue. The husband left to a woman probably who could not get a fistula, who happened to be married. Her husband was on safari, so he came and announced that the guy was beaten to death. This woman changed her religion. She tied the mokorino kitamba to see whether the fistula would go. She was prayed for, nothing, for 30 years.
Awareness.
Yes, because women do not understand what's happening to them, and majority of healthcare workers do not understand. So what I do, I'm on social media a lot. I put my number there. And in every other platform, and I say, if you get a woman whose urine pours 24/7, who cannot hold stool, the moment she feels like she wants to go and pass stool, before she reaches the toilet, it pours out. Or a woman who got a tear during delivery, or a woman who cannot control her fat and it comes out from the front, call me on this number. I've gotten women from within Kenya, without Kenya, and sent them to the hospital which is nearest to them, depending on which fistula it is. So we really need to talk about this.
After the surgery is performed, do we then see that there is normalcy? And after how long?
One, the healing process depends on several issues. One, the nutritional status. Majority of women who get these fistulas are not fed well, so they might not heal.
In fact,
with the first intention.
On the issue of nutrition, there are parts of the country where women actually have small pelvises. Maybe we'll come to that.
Women of short stature most of the time. So, majority heal by first intention, depending on the care. Because like if a woman has been repaired a stool fistula, one, she's not supposed to do heavy jobs for 3 months. She's not supposed to have sex for 3 months because the place will tear because of the pressure. No wearing of panties, bikers or trousers so that they can
heal,
aerate the place and heal. And no use of tissue paper. Tissue paper is made from waste. If some is stuck there, it will cause infection. So it's cleaning with water. Yes. The urine fistula, once it's repaired, except for the heavy lifting and the sexual intercourse, which they should not have for 3 months, it heals easier than the stool fistula. And again, that woman is not supposed to deliver within 2 years of repair. And if she gets pregnant any other time, because just like the FGM, when they're repaired, the urine and the stool fistula, a scar is left. So any other pressure will tear the place apart.
Indeed.
So we counsel them that any other pregnancy, they should deliver by cesarean section. Remember that cesarean section can also cause a fistula. So expertise and training. Yes.
So really it's the general nutrition is very important.
Very vital.
And it's interesting that you say it's not only early, it's not natal, not the young child, the breastfeeding. It's nutrition in childhood, but also in adolescence.
Yes.
Because that's an age when girls are more worried about how they look and the figure and all of that. So one, there is, the access to a balanced diet. That's a socio-economic issue.
Food groups.
Food groups. 10
food groups.
Yes.
Eat like 5.
Maybe tell us a bit about that.
About the 10 food groups. The first group is about the cereals, that is the wheat and the maize and the rice.
Yes.
Then The second one is the vegetables. Third is the fruits. Fourth is the meat. That is lean meat, poultry, animal proteins. And if you're in China, you can take the snake and the frog and what have you.
Still protein.
It's still very yummy. I've taken these things.
Yes.
Then the fifth is the eggs. You know, they're very rich in iron.
Yes.
Then there are the tubers. Those are the potatoes, sweet or otherwise, and the roots, the cassavas and what have you. The seventh is the fish or other seafoods like, you know, they're rich in omega-3 and protein. The eighth is the legumes. Those are the nuts and the seeds, the beans. Beans are also seeds,
Yes.
Then the ninth is
Beans
the
are
milk.
legumes.
No, they're in the group of legumes.
Yes, seeds.
Yes.
Legumes.
Yes.
Yes.
Then the ninth is the milk and the milk products. These are very rich in calcium. That is the milk, the yogurt, the butter, and what have you. And the other is the oils and the fats. Because when you take the vegetables boiled, they'll not help you in the body. They'll just be roughage. So you need to add oil so that the nutritious part of the vegetables can be transported inside the body to help you nutrition.
So you're saying at least 5?
At least 5 every day.
Oh, every day.
Every day, at least 5. Yes.
Okay.
Which 5? I mean, what do you mean? The balance.
Any 5.
The balance.
Okay. We no longer talk about the balanced diet.
That thing is it's gone.
Yes.
That was.
We talk about.
So
the
if
food
I
groups.
eat mainly proteins, if I do milk, meats, eggs, fish, and some fats, am I okay?
You may be okay, but you look at, like, for example, you need starches for strength. You need milk and water.
Keto diet says.
Our time is running out, really, literally in seconds. But the thing is that we've talked about this being a socio-economic issue as well. So that there are folks today who are not able to afford. We're talking about affordability, a balanced diet. So what do we do in terms of making sure that they get something? And this is the message that needs to go out there. I can't do milk, fish every day. I can't do that. We have people now who are eating ugali and vegetables. That's what they can get. What can we do to ensure that girls who are growing up will not have this pelvic obstruction as they do?
Like I said, when her mother is pregnant,
Spice up your.
She can take tuber. That is
with beans.
cassava,
Potato.
With beans.
Yes, and the beans, those things we call the beans and the legumes, should be soaked at least for 12 hours before they are being cooked, so that they can unlock the food value. Then they can take a boiled egg.
Okay.
They can buy jugu karanga worth 5 shillings.
Yes.
So it's still nutrition, it's still balance.
It's all of that.
Yeah.
Nurse Kasiako, will you share your number with us? Share your number. There are folks who want to be able to get in touch with you because obviously this is an issue and folks who even know people. So please share your number as we close this.
My number is 0725 911515.
0725 911515.
Yes.
Fistula care specialist nurse Betty Kasioka has been our guest this hour, looking at issues and intrigues around obstetric fistula. International Day to End It today is what is being commemorated. Thank you so much for being in the Situation Room with us this morning.
Thanks very much.
Asante.
I'm grateful for according me this opportunity to be able to talk to Kenyans, and of course KTN goes outside Kenya.
Yeah, and we'll do this again.
Yes, and I'm ready to talk about this any other time that you call me.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
At 9:01, good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, this is the News Wire. I'm Leah Ubaga. Ugandan activist and journalist Agatha Atuhaire, who was kidnapped in Tanzania, has been found. Agatha was found in Mutukula along Tanzania-Uganda border and was rushed to hospital where she's currently being treated. This comes hours after activist Boniface Mwangi was released by Tanzanian police officers who transported him by bus to Horohoro on the Kenya-Tanzanian border. Agatha and Mwangi had been detained detained in Tanzania since Sunday after attending hearings in the case of Tanzanian opposition leader Tundu Lissu. Meanwhile, PLP leader Martha Karua has accused the leaders of Tanzania, Kenya and Uganda of collaborating to suppress their citizens. In an interview with DW, Karua called on these citizens to work together towards crippling the efforts of these leaders to suppress freedoms and human rights. Karua was prevented from getting into Tanzania earlier this week while she was on her way to attend the trial of opposition leader Tundu Lissu.
The government of Tanzania under Mama Suluhu has shown its real face, a violator of human rights, and it is not alone. Kenya is complicit. This situation could have been different if Kenya had demanded an explanation on Sunday and on Monday when Boni was arrested and the others. It could have asked for them to be returned or reasons to be given. But when CS Mudavadi seems to gloat over the mistreatment of Kenyans, that is where the Tanzanian government got the audacity to torture Kenyans.
As the country prepares to fully adopt the competency-based education, that is CBE from CBC, stakeholders have been challenged to encourage more learners to take up science, technology, engineering and mathematics STEM pathway in senior school. National trainer at Semestia, that is Richard Gikonyo, challenged teachers to involve practical activities in learning of STEM subjects in a bid to make more learners develop interest in pursuing the pathway. He termed the initiative as a game changer in the education sector as it left learners with unforgettable experiences.
Some of these learners are in grade 9 and come next year they'll be joining senior school. They have already formed in their mind the pathway that they are going to join, and many of them now their interest is more aroused and are likely pick STEM pathways.
In the lab sessions they are required to interact and even work by themselves to either measure, let's say they are carrying out decantation, are they able to do it? And that is another way of assessing, and many more.
Environmental conservation is also a science in relation to climate change. So we need the learners from lower primary upwards so that they can become environmental ambassadors in the villages.
That's the news wire. I'm Lydiah Obag.
.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
In this country, 6 families and 8,000 Kenyans control 90% of the GDP. We are not a country. We are a plantation. We work for Ruto.
When you're telling the judges court orders are papers or they will not obey court orders, they're sitting and you're seeking orders from them. So how are they supposed to interpret it? Isn't it an oxymoron?
When you see a judiciary that seems to be under some control somewhere, you start questioning. We have very powerful governors, but they don't use their offices to serve the people.
If you are not shameful to do what you are doing, why should we protect you?
I'm human, everybody's human. So when you're told, kuja tuongee, I mean, you'd be a fool to say, stagi kuongea. Conversations have to be had, you know?
People in leadership should only go into leadership if they are ready and willing to change the lot of the people.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
One of the things that are ailing our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state officer, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that, because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Into the final hour of Kenya's biggest conversation for this week and getting into the end of May. Ndu and Wanjiru with you here this morning as we've had vital conversations. And yes, you really feel some of these things as we talk about them and say, you know, what can we do better and how can we just make sure that there's speaking about them and supporting them. And that's what we do right here. Our live streams are still up on Facebook, YouTube and on X, and our audience on KTN still here. As you go into the things that you need to do, imagine that as you're running around trying to set up your business, or that you're setting your goals and your aspirations are being turned into reality. Just imagine that you have a trusted ally by your side all the time. Well, that's what I&M Bank promises you, empowering you with the tools and support to actually turn these into reality. So what is it that you're thinking about? A new business venture? Are you thinking about sending your children to school? Are you making sure that your future is secured? Well, I&M Bank is here for you. From flexible financial solutions to personalized guidance, I&M Bank is on your side, championing progress and celebrating your successes. So don't just bank, build your future with a partner who believes in you. Experience the power of on your side banking and find out more at any I&M Bank branch close to you. And remember always that I&M Bank is on your side. And those are the conversations that we have for this hour, remembering our proverb as we get into the last part of it, that whether the knife falls on the melon or the melon falls on the knife, it is the melon that gets hurt. Pick your side. Pick your side. Pick the side that you're on and remember where it is that you want to fall. And that's been our week of Proverbs from Mozambique this week. So we're asking a question this morning as we get into a conversation that over the last week, we've seen quite a number of things, and they've come from far and wide, that folks have said, you know what? Well, you have to deal with who you vote for, number one. That, well, I'm not going to bother voting because what good is my vote actually going to do? And so we're asking a question this morning as we get into the final conversation this week about why do you vote if you vote? And why don't you if you don't? We're diving into a vital topic, and it shapes the future of our communities and our nations, and that's voting. So across Africa, and especially here in Kenya, and also here in Kenya, I guess, elections are more than just political events. It's not just about the politics. They are powerful moments, and every voice has the chance to be heard. But have you ever wondered why some people choose to vote while others stay away from the polls? That people registered to vote. They went as far as registering to vote, but then you have an entire third of those who registered who decided not to vote. So we want to explore the reasons behind voter participation and abstention, from trust and awareness to accessibility and political engagement. We'll discuss why your vote matters, how it impacts governance, development, and the promise of a better tomorrow. So are you a first-time voter? Are you a seasoned citizen like Wanjiru here? How do we unpack the importance of voting and what it truly means for our country and continent's future? We're going to look at voting as one of the most powerful ways individuals can influence their government and society. It gives citizens the chance to choose leaders who represent their interests and values. So when people vote, they help decide who will make important decisions about laws, policies, and resources that affect everyday life, from education and healthcare to security and economic development. It is not just putting a paper in a box. It is these things that we talk about when you go to the vote. It also strengthens democracy by holding leaders accountable, or it should. When voters participate, politicians are more likely to listen and act in the country's or the public's best interest. So it's a way for people to express their opinions, support change, and protect the things they care about. It's crucial. It helps shape direction. It helps to allow peaceful transitions of power. Citizens contribute to building a fairer, more inclusive society where every voice should count. So simply put, voting is both a right and a responsibility. It's a key step forward toward shaping a future for yourself, for your community, and for your country. They can influence government and also society. So, the question that we're asking today, if you vote, why do you vote? If you don't, why don't you? And people have often said, you voted for the person that you put in power, so keep quiet and let them rule. And if you didn't vote, then you don't have any business complaining about a government that is in power. So that's some of the questions that we're going to be asking today. What about those who don't vote? Should they still have a say? But before we get to that, why do we vote? And if you don't, why don't you?
You put it so well. My only thought is to say, after your very eloquent monologue, very, very eloquent, I would say that's the theory.
It is.
The theory is that, yes, you vote for to be heard. The theory is you vote for a better future. It's your responsibility, all of that. The reality is we live in a very imperfect system. And I recall last election, my daughter didn't vote.
Mm-hmm.
She was eligible, didn't vote. And we talked about this back and forth. And she kept saying, but they're only, and she was part, I think, of the 1/3 that, there's a third that did pick the vote and not use it. Then there's a third that of youth, young people who had come into voting age, who didn't even pick their voters' cards. So she didn't even pick her voters' cards. And she said, but they're going to steal the election. And she kept saying the election is always rigged. And I told her, well, if you don't vote, then it's easier for them to rig. But in a way, she found me then sitting in front of the TV watching this long drawn out after the election and the election announcement, and then there was the dispute. There was this period of pregnant tension when we were waiting to say, what will the Supreme Court decide?
Yeah.
She was like, you see, I told you they'll steal the election. Look at you. So in a way, she embodied many of her age group. And this is the conversation they were having with each other. And in a way, they thought, we're wasting our time glued to the TV set or making phone calls or speaking back and forth, whereas the powers that be, those who hold the instruments of power or those who are able, will manipulate the election. But my view is that a marginal election is easier to steal than one that is resounding. So the message we have to get to young people and to voters is that even if the system is imperfect, your vote counts. So there's that disconnect. I think the second major disconnect is they say that the foundation or the bedrock of democracy is your local engagement.
Yep.
Democracy is learned in your everyday life. You don't learn it on voting day. So this idea that we do civic education in the build-up to elections and then stop means we are missing the point. So the extent to which somebody is engaged in local governance or daily governance is an indication of how engaged they are likely to be in elections. So I think, and maybe my final reflection will be, we are very removed from our electoral process. We treat it as an outside activity, outside of our daily lives. And the question we have to ask is, do we own our governance? Because once you own your governance, then voting on voting day is an extension of that. Yes. So who does the country belong to? And as the youth are out there protesting bad governance, what other strategies do they need to employ? Because they've made their voice. There's been a clampdown. We are still in a bad governance state. But what other spaces do they need to occupy because governance is not just voting day. Governance is every day.
So that's the thing. And I think it's interesting what you've said here, that we can then see voting patterns based on how plugged in individuals are on a daily basis. Because this governance, it cannot be, well, I feel like it on Tuesday and then maybe I'm not going to touch it again until August, kind of thing. That if there is a daily, or rather we say if there is a regular plugged inness, as it were, with your governance at the very local level, at the very lowest level, whatever it is, the closest level, let's put it that way, that you're concerned and keeping leaders accountable, number one, asking questions about how things affect in your communities around, or making sure that things according to what you know should actually be done, that is going to actually fuel the decision that you might make when you go to the ballot. That when you go to the ballot is just it's an extension of this activity that you're doing.
We might need to break down what does the voting decision entail and start at the very root, because the very foundation might be you voted today, then after that you engaged with who, you participated. We might need to break down those activities and say, how many of these are we engaged in? Or do we sleep for 4.5? No, talk, because Kenyans talk. For 4.5 years, then get riled up, vote, and then go back to sleep. How many people do that? And you can't transform a country if you're not engaged. Now, the reality though is, and I think and maybe we need to focus on places where there are good leaders. Remembering leaders are at these 5 levels. These 5 levels aren't serving us particularly well right now. Aside from if you have a president you can't stand, you then have a governor who you have a good chance that you might tolerate a bit better. If you don't stand them, maybe you'll say, okay, but at least the MP is not too bad. And then worst case scenario, at least you have the MCA. Now, if all aren't working, you might readily become disconnected. But there are structural barriers. So after citizens, let me put it positively. I think more active citizen engagement has given us better leaders. I think we had a good leader here yesterday. No leader is perfect, and I won't vouch for other things, but we saw, but politicians are still politicians. But by citizen engagement, you get better leaders, more responsive leaders. They are more aware that people are watching, because politicians must be watched. They're near power. Whenever you're near power, you're tempted to abuse it. And so citizen voice is very integral. People near power have to be checked. So that checking is important. And then we still contend with the structural issues.
The fear that I hear very many people talk about the facts, just like you mentioned about your daughter. Why should I engage in a process that you can almost always be guaranteed that there will be the fiddling of the process? And then, unfortunately, at the end of it, there is something that fuels that thought or that sentiment that it is very difficult for you to explain with the result. And it's also very difficult for you to make a case for you to come back and vote again. But that the voice of the people is expressed through the ballot. The desire of the people, that is the one way you can express it. You express it, and by virtue of that, you then now delegate responsibility through the ballot to these individuals who are going to hold forth for you. Because not everybody can do it. You need a few select who will then be able to run things. But the sentiment in the minds of many people is that, well, we just don't know how the outcome will be. And this points to a systemic issue that we have, that there are other jurisdictions who don't have electoral bodies, for example. It's run by volunteers. Why? The trust in the system is so great that people know that you're not going to fiddle with this thing, because constitutionalism, nationalism, patriotism is very high on the agenda of quite a number of jurisdictions. So they don't play with that process. And they also know that should you have tried to do anything, the nuts and bolts are screwed on so tightly that there is due diligence that will be applied to ensure that the right processes were followed. And in the event that they were not, there is a repercussion. And that's known across board. So the level that people have held themselves up in certain jurisdictions is that you don't even have to question. And that's why you have volunteers, people who will not be paid to sit at a booth, right? Will not be paid because they realize this is a process through which we will get accountable leaders. It's run by volunteers. And then that information is taken to the next spot. And they have a leader and everybody can look across. That's why you will have media who will then be able to announce an election results. And it is accepted across board because there's never the thinking that something could have gone wrong. That's why you can have voting by mail. That I'm going to be on holiday, but let me vote 2 months before and my vote will be secured. The people who tell you they won't vote, can we imagine such a system?
Yeah. First of all, just a slight addition to the point of we delegate our power. And our constitution, sovereignty is vested in the people to be exercised directly and in a delegated manner. And this is something political leaders, once they're in office, have a problem fathoming, that this direct exercise of sovereignty, which is the public participation, it's actually, we should even be able to have citizen arrests. Properly speaking, the way I think we diluted this provision in our laws, because citizen voice gets muzzled. It's often after citizens engage, it goes back to parliament. So direct authority, for instance, we used to have this process called LASDAP, which was the Local Authority Service Delivery Plan, that was used to identify projects for local governments. And LASDAP would form a citizen committee that would get the views of the public, rank projects and agree, okay, we're going to do these 5 projects this year. This is the envelope of money. And if this committee didn't sit and agree on those projects, the local authority could not spend that money. Porto Alegre is a big example in Brazil of participatory governance, where equally they had these kind of enforcement mechanisms for citizen action. There was, I can't remember which South American country that also had something similar. So the point is, our direct sovereignty has become a front-end exercise in that we engage, we participate, people show up, especially low-income groups more than middle class, because middle class apart from now, things have changed. Gen Z are out there, more middle class are speaking up. You've had like the Institute of Engineers speaking out when some appointment was made, and they're like, so middle class are realizing we can't delegate our advocacy to civil society and a few Boniface Mwangis and people like that. We need to speak for ourselves. But in the absence of that, you then have people in the informal settlements usually will show up for public participation because they rely on public services. So they want to go there and be heard. But when year after year you show up and nothing happens, then people become apathetic.
There you go.
Right? So our public participation, because Kenya has very active public participation, becomes a front-end exercise, including when you had this, I'm trying to think of, I'm forgetting the example, but there was a big corruption scandal where the officials were saying, but we have a record of public participation, but the people who showed up for that public participation were the officials of the same office organization. Yes. So that's the kind of thing that the court can strike out. So where does that leave us? We have a progressive constitution and a regressive culture that has subverted our direct democracy. We are still not fully convinced in our representative democracy for good reasons. So what do we do? Linked to that, we have major governance deficits. And as you were speaking, I thought maybe one of the mistakes we've made is thinking our politics will cure our integrity and trust. That might be a social issue that we need to discuss as a social issue. And if we fix that, we can fix the politics. As opposed to now we keep saying when we get a good leader, a Liu and you, we will then become a nation of integrity.
Because the thing is that even though you're going to have, you could have the Messiah, right? But look at any process that brought about a leader that was going to change things. The channels had to be receptive. And what does that mean? That you have your manners in order. And I'm going to use a biblical example. That when Moses went to the top of the mountain to get the 10 commandments, he came down the first time and he found that people were doing nonsense at the bottom. What did he do? He broke them and made them drink the chalk from the tablets, right? And these were the ones, according to the Bible, written by God. He then had to go and write new ones with his hand. But the channel had to be receptive to this new law, to this leader. The channel had to be receptive. That the same thing, even when you see other examples, even the Lee Kuan Yews that we talk about, the people had to be receptive. Everybody essentially had to fall in line. That is not the politics of the day, because the truth is that the population is in the majority. The leaders are in the minority. So upon whom are they translating this governance? Upon whom are they translating this leadership? The channel through which they do that also must be receptive. So these socio-political issues that we talk about, these socio-economic issues that we talk about, the corruption, it's not just here, but it trickles through. It trickles through to everybody. That the bad manners that we talk about needs to be stemmed. The impunity that we see rampant and that is displayed in things like corruption needs to actually be sorted. But it is across. CT often says, we like our corruption. We like our impunity. We like it. We are
comfortable with it. It's what we know.
Do, yeah.
Change scares us.
Yes. So can we like this thing? Can we like this thing so much? And then a new leader is going to come and change it if we are not also receptive?
Of these throngs going into these harambes and reaching out for money, and you might say, well, this is low income people show up and they're waiting for politicians to dish out what they know, of course, is stolen money, because that's not anybody's benevolence. But professionals do it in a different way. They call it lobbying. And so everyone is looking to political power to give them goodies. I was thinking about this double consciousness. This Joe Kobudi, who's a political scientist. I don't know if you've heard him.
I have, yeah, we have.
He likes to quote Du Bois. He calls him Du Bois. It might be Dubois.
It's Dubois.
It's Dubois. Yes, it is. Yeah, we are Kenyans. So we say yes. When he was talking about the struggle of African Americans, he was saying that this double consciousness is when you mirror the behavior of your oppressor, and yet you're trying to find your own identity and sense of justice separate from them. And the double consciousness means that you can't see yourself through your own eyes. You see yourself through the eyes of your oppressor. And in a way, we see ourselves a lot through our colonial lens. And this is, and I was thinking about Mudavadi and why Mudavadi Uganda quickly issued a statement about their citizen who had been detained.
Yes.
And was not accounted for very quickly, which is what any country would do. And Kenya was there saying, it's almost saying like, these are rabble-rousers,
They
like
cost trouble for us here too.
Yes. So, keep them. Yeah. And you're like, what? I just thought that is such an enslaved mentality, because you're saying that a Kenyan can go into another country, be abducted or be detained or whatever, mistreated, and it's okay. That could be your child. But at that moment, what he was thinking about is his own selfish interest, and was not able to ascend to a national interest because of this very localized village-like mentality. And so I just think there's also another term that's used of cognitive dissonance, where on one hand we aspire to be democratic, but on the other we are very clannish. So you said earlier that we need therapy.
Yeah.
Yes, I think we need to recognize our politics will not cure our problems as Kenyans. And I'm not saying Mudavadi, once you cure Mudavadi, everyone else will be okay. But I think we are all part of this process, and we really need to ask ourselves, how do we break out of this very toxic cycle that we have of abuse? Because every time Kenyans come near public money, they want to steal it, and they think it's okay. Every time they come near power, they think, what's in it for my direct benefit? And it's across the board. Politicians say their electorate, their voters, chase them for jobs. They say, that's why I don't go home, because
they're all disturbing me.
They're all disturbing me.
Former provost of the Anglican Church, Maina, said something very interesting, and he said, you know what, it would look across board that we point fingers a lot at leadership, who again are in the minority, but the reason why many of us are not in the same position when it comes to then being able to divert funds, or even people who are in state office, or with this story that we've seen today on the headlines of the Standard about some crazy money that's being moved.
A 0.9 kilometer road for 9 billion or something.
9 billion, Bob, The reason why there are not more people is because they've not been given the opportunity. That it would seem as though, because you don't have the opportunities, why we can point fingers, but having been given the opportunity, maybe names would also be on the list. And I think I saw the truth in that, but at the same time, I saw the fear that I felt in that. That why wouldn't it be the other way? That why wouldn't we say that? Do we really want to fix things? Do we really want to get on the right side?
And what things? The other thing is that it's complex, and we tend to be very linear in saying he's corrupt, therefore he's bad. This person, I know them, I trust them, therefore they are good. The reality is they intermarry. Our economy, bad economic situation makes people do bad things, our society. So when you're looking at transformation, you have to look at the social, you have to look at the political, you have to look at the culture, you have to look at the economic. And a lot of our anti-corruption programs have been very linear. They haven't been holistic, thinking about all these factors. So I think now there's actually a lot of literature coming out saying, guys, this thing is real, and we need to recognize that people are very multifaceted. I am encouraged by Kenya because much as we are in a very, very dark time, like many people, I think the young people of our nation have shown they're fed up with the way things are. And so that energy brings an opportunity to do things better. But if it's not tapped, where does it go?
Indeed. And those are the questions. We'd like to take calls from you. So people vote for certain reasons. Maybe they feel, Sonnet has said that he voted because their mother told them when they were growing up that it is responsibility to vote. So you grow up thinking, I have to vote, something that I'm supposed to do. Others are looking and saying, well, we have a responsibility to put in a new leader every now and then, so I've got to vote. Then there are those who feel, look, you voted, don't complain. These are the people that you put in power, don't ever. My take is here telling us every morning about how you guys are complaining about somebody that you put in power. So if you didn't vote, can you complain? That's the question that we'll be asking when we come back from this break at 25 minutes to 10. We'll open up the phone lines and then hear from you. Should you not have voted, do you have a right to complain about current governance? After the break.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Hey, Mambo Vipi Nairobi. Is your shilling feeling a bit stretched? Looking for value that really makes a difference?
Then it's time to discover the Kikapu Kibonge at Naivas, your true home of deals.
That's right. At Naivas, your Kikapu Kibonge is more than just a shopping basket. It's massive, it's bountiful, and the best part, high jai.
With unbeatable promotions, exclusive discounts, and everyday low prices at Naivas, you just keep adding more farm fresh ingredients to those little household must-haves.
Na bado hutumi pesa mob.
So what are you waiting for? Come on down and fill your Kikapu Kibonge. Karibu Naivas, the real home of deals.
Visit your nearest Naivas store today or shop from the comfort of your home at naivas.online.co.ke. Naivas, your home of deals. Naivas Kikapu Kibonge. Naivas saves you money.
Mbali tumetoka na bado tunasonga.
In a world where change is constant, there is something comforting about stability. One that has inspired I&M Bank's growth in Kenya, Mauritius, Tanzania, Rwanda, and Uganda. We celebrate the lives impacted, dreams realized, and futures secured through our financing solutions. This milestone is a testament to the power of relationships, integrity, and commitment. I&M Bank, on your side.
I&M, the future.
This May, the stage is set, the mic is on, and the search begins.
Welcome to Next Superstar.
From raw vocals to big talent, the search is on for Africa's next hit maker. Next Superstar is here. Premiering May 3rd at 8 p.m. exclusively on Remo TV Plus, StarTimes Channel 56 or Channel 166. Buy a DTT StarTimes decoder for only 1,399 bob or a DTH for 3,199 shillings to enjoy unlimited entertainment. Join judges Size 8, King Kaka, Motive, and hosted by Maina and Butita on Next Superstar. Renew your subscription on DTH Smart Bouquet at 1,199 shillings only or DTT Basic Bouquet at 749 shillings only. You can dial *858# for self-service or call our customer care on 0730 710077. StarTimes. Enjoy digital life.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Final show of the Situation Room this week, and we're looking at questions that we're asking this morning, and it's interesting that we're looking at the comments and many of you filling in here and saying, well, you know what, in terms of the options that we have at the end of the day, usually people just go in last minute. And it's interesting, we talked about that as well. But here is where they're also saying, well, it's like the buffet where they tell you that there will be a continental breakfast, but then you find toast and one egg and maybe half a sausage.
And you're hungry.
And you're hungry. So you say, you know what?
I'll just eat.
Let me just eat.
That is so well put. Yeah. That is so, like I was just saying when we were on break that we'd run some citizen awareness work. It was actually a leadership program. We were looking at local governance, and you know, these are people who understand the issues. And of course, you can't tell people how to vote, but there was an understanding of how not to vote. There were some criminals and who people not prosecuted in court, but you know,
in the court of public opinion.
Yes, and when these are teachers of governance, when it come after voting day, one came back to say, hey, you know, at the end of the day, the clan called. The voting decision was changed a day or two to the voting day.
Because
so
of where
that
you're
weekend,
from.
you know, that's why it's that period is very important. When campaigns aren't allowed there, it now goes local. The other one said, no, I made a decision. They went for the egg and the
half a sausage,
and it was a very bad deal. That one was bad. The guy didn't even finish. Didn't even finish the term. It was chaotic. Yeah. So voting decisions are they come from a different place. They are not cerebral. They're not in they're not logical. They have to do with beliefs. They have to do with your fears. They come from the gut.
Right.
And the gut speaks a different language.
I see. The question that we're asking, if you vote, why do you actually vote? Is it because your parents said, you know what, when you become 18 and you get an ID, you must register as a voter and be involved in a process that's going to bring in the next leader? Do you vote because you've seen other people doing it and say, hey, what are you guys doing on Thursday? We are voting. Okay, let's go. Or do you say, you know what, I want to be directly involved in who the leadership is in the next round? And for those who vote, what are the reasons? What are some of the things we've heard, Wanjiru? Well, you know what? It's going to be stolen anyway, so why bother? Oh, my vote actually doesn't count. Well, you know what? In a democracy, everyone's voice matters, whether they vote or not, because governance affects everyone's life. Think about it. Whether you vote or not, your life, whether you vote for your candidate or not, whether you don't vote at all, this governance that comes into place at the end of this cycle will affect your life. However, choosing not to vote is also often seen as stepping away from that direct responsibility. When people don't vote, they give up some influence over decisions that affect their communities and the future. That said, not voting does not mean someone should be completely excluded from discussions or efforts to improve society. People can express their opinions, advocate for change, and hold leaders accountable in many ways beyond voting. In essence, voting is a crucial way to shape governance, but democracy also thrives on broad participation, discussions, activism, community engagement, and not just at the ballot box. Like you said, the ballot box is essentially, one of the last cogs in this system that you do that. But it will be interesting to hear from people today, and our lines are open on 0719012600. That's 0719012600. Why do you vote if you do? Why don't you vote if you don't? And what about those who don't vote? Should they still have a say? Should they still have a say? There are questions around weighted voting, and it's a little bit sticky. That there are jurisdictions that believe that certain people in society are the ones who should make decisions about who their leadership will be. Because all this other fluff is just a waste of time. People now will go and vote because somebody gave them some money. Others will go and vote because they were bored on that day. But there are people who will make critical decisions, and I'm not even sure what process selects them. But there are people who will make decisions based on crucial issues, whether it's economics, whether it's social issues, whether it's justice, whether it's development, whatever it will be. But that vote has a weight that my vote or your vote will carry twice, thrice the vote of somebody else, because I have the critical thinking, I have thought through the process, and I can see the end from here. Not democratic, because everybody should have a go at the thing, but people have said we've wasted so much time and resources on who comes into the position, and we don't apply as much critical thinking to this process as we ought to. So is there a case for weighted voting?
My thinking? We are emerging democracy. So we are democracy with a lot of contradictions. On one hand, very democratic. On other hands, very authoritarian, very repressive, with a very, very regressive culture, including our own. So if we recognize that we are part of the process of building a democratic society, then I think the motivation might be higher. Because then if you aren't voting, what are you saying? So I think, Ndu, this is the question you were asking earlier. Should we focus on what's not working? Should we focus on what is working? I think we need to begin encouraging people to recognize that their actions do count, but that those benefits may be seen by the next generation. Like, we are enjoying independence that we never fought for. We are enjoying multi-party democracy that most of us never fought for. We are enjoying a constitution that a majority of the country never fought for. And so this generation needs to ask, what's their contribution? And to some extent, that this generation has actually come out in an amazing way to say their contribution is to push for good governance. And the question then becomes, how does this momentum get turned into change, into transformation? What are the missing links? So the voting decision, to my mind, sits on so many other things. By the time you go to vote, you've thought about the leaders, you've thought about your life, you've thought about your citizenship. Do you even care about this country? You can be so disenfranchised or so disappointed that you've checked out. You live here, but you're like, you don't believe in any of it. And I think a lot of people have checked out. A lot of the 1/3, there was an intentional 1/3 who picked their voter's card and decided, I don't like the ugly faces on those ballots, I'm not showing up. I think that's a protest vote. Then there are others who didn't even pick the card, and that proportion has checked out. But I don't think elections are such an important decision, but it's not the only decision. And I think in a presidential system, look at America, it seems like the only decision that matters.
Yes.
Even us, I think, you get a president who comes and appends everything, turns everything around. Presidential systems, in my view, are a problem.
Why?
Because they give too much power to, and Kenya is a country where there are attempts to check that power. So what am I saying about the voting decision is also determined by the system. And you heard Prof here, Kagwanja, saying that we got it wrong. This electoral system is not working for us. So when Kenyans don't show up, it's not that there's something wrong with them. There's also something wrong with the system, because who in their right mind wastes their time on a process that won't give them, that they can't influence and that won't give them results? So our electoral system is broken, and that's why our voting outcomes are not working. But by the same token, if we want to change it, we need a voter's card, because we have to vote so that we can get the power to change it.
And there have been many interesting processes where people have said, you know what, here's a process or transition through where you can actually get your voter's card, but don't just keep it in your house under lock and key, but that you must actually engage it, that you must activate it and, turn it in for the vote. But that apathy that is still there when you wake up, that without realizing the power, if there is any power that can be allocated to it, realizing that the power that you wield with that is affecting your life. That the things we complain about, imagine, Wanjiru, the things that we complain about every day, there's no this, it's not adequate, it doesn't work here and there, can be influenced directly by this decision that you make.
Can't. No, that's not true. It can be influenced.
It can't.
It can't.
Why?
Because
the person that you put into
a contested election, for instance, in 2017, we never even knew that result. So we had computer-generated results. People went out and voted twice.
You're limiting this to the Kenyan experience.
Yes.
And I'm saying that it is possible.
Voting is the gut. It is not in America, I saw they voted, so now I'll vote. It is my reality. So if my reality is I saw that the MCA who was elected, and maybe there's more incentive with MCA because it's very easy to remove MCA. I think disenchantment and refusal to engage in the voting process also sends a message about a system that's failing. However, the quandary is, if I don't vote, how will I change the system that I don't like? So, I understand the reasons for not voting. But if you don't have a voter's card and you don't show up, how do you then become part of removing this system? For instance...
So there is an argument for using your voter's card.
For instance, right now we've been told by the IEBC that they need to do delimitation of boundaries, and they can't do that until, I don't know, what year? Did they say... Anyway, they need another 2-3 years to do this process. If there is a discussion about extending the term of this government, there might then be a question about, are we going into a caretaker government, or are we extending the term of this regime? So these crucial questions are likely to be very present in our very, soon to be with us future, if there's any such thing. If you don't have a voter's ID and a voter's card, you will not participate in crucial decisions.
Now, this is what I'm asking you, because you're saying that there's importance in getting this voter's card.
Yes.
And that there is something that it can do. There is something that it can do if you vote. No? Because if there isn't something it can do, why should you have it?
What I'm saying is that be ready. Be very ready. And the only way to be ready is to have an ID, a voter's card, and to be aware. And there are important votes coming up in this country. Number one, Gen Z have said they are doing one term. That is, if they want to make good on that, they need to get the voter's card and they need to vote, but they need to do voters' education. The regime is working very hard to ensure it can confuse people by giving handouts and so many things so that they forget there is a one-term agenda. So voting might not work and there's high apathy, but to get over apathy, you need strong civic education, strong political education. And this is why you're seeing when the state begins to clamp down on people who are doing political education, you really get a sense that there are people in quarters that are very scared about what an empowered, enlightened, and armed with ID cards and voters card Gen Z can actually do. So voting is a game of numbers. It's a game of strategy. It's not a game. It's not a wasteful game. It's not like being on Twitter where you go at your convenience. It really takes a lot of energy. The question is, do young voters, this young voting bloc that has a vision for a different Kenya, do they have that discipline and drive to really turn their anger into something? And of course, that entails a vote. That entails several votes.
There also then would be that the government of the day should actually be interested that there is voter education, that they do know about that people know about the processes, that people understand options, and people understand just how wide, it can be accommodating everybody. And that there would be a direct throttling of that process when, for some reason, a vote count doesn't go right. And that there would be an influencing of that process for things to go in there. Can we get to the point whereby even the government of the day is insisting on transparency, is insisting on proper management and accountability of a system which would bring in or keep you as the current government?
My answer is this headline: KPA billions loot. And a reminder of this one paragraph that said, shockingly, not all, as Dennis would say, not shockingly, even the very institutions meant to safeguard public funds, oversight state bodies, internal auditors, regulators, all appear to have deliberately looked the other way. So government has no incentive to, not government. Our political leaders, present political leadership has no incentive to empower and to create awareness in Kenyans because they want power. And they've instrumentalized state organs for their own interest. And they've instrumentalized security organs to repress genuine voice. So the question we should really be asking is, will young people show up to get are they picking their IDs, voters cards? Will they be able to get it?
Will they be able to get it? Because that's when you will see state machinery throttling the process.
Will they be able to stand? Because the big block in our electoral process is the threat of violence. That one can stymie any process.
That you said that will they be able to campaign if there is a new entrant onto the scene?
Exactly.
Will they actually be able to campaign with everybody else?
Exactly.
Will there be the threat that they could be bought off or muzzled so that they don't take on what would be the new interest, the new one leading the way kind of thing? I think to the election that brought in Bola Tinubu, and that it would have in Nigeria, and it would have appeared that there was this wave of Peter Obi. And that everybody the things he was saying were right. The reforms that he wanted to bring in were spot on. And the way in which he wanted to do this was great. There was no longer going to be an over-reliance on oil for the Nigerian economy, that agriculture was going to come back and take its root, and so on and so forth. And everybody was buzzing. And I'm not joking. From the north to the south, from the east to the west, everybody was buzzing on this new man.
A transformational moment was...
Who, when he was the governor of a state, did phenomenal things in his state. And people said, fantastic. We'll take this, we'll extrapolate it to the rest of the country. If he can do it in the southeast in one state, because of it's a federal system, then surely the principle is what matters. And he can apply it to the nation. It was a buzz. Everywhere was Obi. Then come election, and numbers don't lie. Well, okay, they shouldn't lie. Well, 18 million people did not vote. That's a big deal.
So what happened?
That is the question. What happens? Because we can shout here. People go get your voter's card. As you go to a bash, the way to enter into the club is with your voter's card. The kind of thing. We do all of this. And that's the question. What happens? We know what needs to happen. We know who can make it happen. We know how we can make it happen. But then we don't. Why?
So
why do 8 million
didn't believe
that this thing can actually happen? And that's where I agree with you that we are so shackled to this thing of oppression or suppression that we cannot imagine that there would be a place whereby, my God, things can actually work in the way in which they ought to. That a system can become so clear from that you can look through and you can see the other side in the peephole. That are we as a people, and take your pick. It's South Africa, it's Tanzania, it's Kenya, it's Nigeria, throughout. And that's the thing. That's almost, maybe Namibia, again, like we heard, is the nation that is actually saying, okay, fine, we can actually make this thing work. Are we afraid to choose right?
Of course, we are all afraid of change. And I think you also said that we are so, you said City says Kenyans love their thieves because you're comfortable with what you know. Everyone feels
you like
change.
what you know. You like what you know.
Yes, and you fear change. And then also for us in Kenya, the real example is that our multi-party democracy was hard won. And Kibaki ran, I think, two times before eventually the NAC, so we could say it wasn't Kibaki as such, but we had multi-party elections in 92, multi-party elections in 97. There was violence in 97. There were scatterings of that in 92. But in 2003, eventually, there was that break. There was a conflation of issues. There was intense civic education. There was a unity of purpose across religious. Everyone was like, this thing is going to happen. So you don't remove a dictator through episodic goodwill and feel good and through street marches.
It's going to be...
That's the reality.
Yeah, that's the reality. It's going to be hard. It's going to be bloody, but it's necessary. Abi?
We were fortunate. Of course, it was bloody if you count the 10 years. Of course, it was bloody if you count the 20 years of trying to remove dictatorial rule even before Moi came in. We were fortunate that at the final, when Moi finally acceded, that 2002 election was not a bloody election because he finally acceded. But prior to that, of course, lives had been lost and people had been maimed and exiled. Institutions had been broken. So yes, it is bloody. And yes, when you're looking at Boniface Mwangi, this happened in Tanzania. But he's a casualty of the activism that's taking place in Kenya. And unfortunately, for some reason, Tanzania has decided to get involved in that. Maybe that's their own issue. Yes, it is bloody, it is painful, but it doesn't happen by chance. So right now, I think
it's got to be deliberate.
I think right now we are in the feel-good phase.
Of what?
We're in the feel-good phase that, there are numbers, that there's a sense of we can talk about it, we can build up momentum.
Let me tell you something.
Momentum and votes.
Wanjiru, look around the world. There is not, and it has never happened anywhere in history that to bring in a change in terms of government or leadership, that it was a peaceful thing where I come to your house and we have a cup of tea and I say, Wanjiru, will you hand over the reins of leadership to me? And you say, oh yes, Ndu, sure, would you like to lead now? You may have it. No, it hasn't happened anywhere. Look where you want. There has never been anything but a difficult struggle for the takeover of power that instituted a government upon which people can then say there's a systemic way of doing things and we're heading towards the right direction. Nowhere has it happened in the history of time that a handover was peaceful. That's why we have the great wars that we read about in history, because what did they birth? What did they bring in? And it's that reality sometimes that we have to keep in mind. And we'll talk again, God willing, on Monday at 6. Wanjiru, you're always such a great sport. Thank you for being here.
A pleasure. Thank you for having me.
Asante sana. Good morning and have a good weekend, everybody. It's 10 a.m.
Morning, this is the News Wire.
The 90s have never sounded so good.
Thank God it's Friday.
Spice.
Keep the heads ringing.
Breathing life into the 90s.
Good morning. This is the News Wire. I'm Leah Ubaga. A burial set to take place at Nambale, Busia County today may not happen if the two widows of Mzee James Omoso